Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our central staff, employees who do exceptional work behind the scenes. A special good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The legislative session of Friday, June 27th, 2025 is hereby called to order. Please rise as we ask Legislative Chaplain, the Reverend Charles L. Brown, Jr., to proceed with the invocation, followed by the national anthem and the Virgin Islands March. Reverend Brown.
Let every heart pray. Heavenly Father, we pause at the top of this legislative session to acknowledge you as Lord and to proclaim that beside you there is none other. As the first branch of government, we ask for your blessing on central staff, on senatorial staff, on summer interns, and especially bless the men and women of this hallowed body today. In a land where it has become custom to meet disrespect with violent confrontation, help us to seize the opportunity to model to our community a more excellent way by giving and commanding respect even when we may disagree and conflicts arise. As we witness the chaos and political turmoil on the mainland, help us to remember that the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through you to pulling down strongholds. As each legislator considers the lease agreements, resolutions, and bills on the docket this morning, give them godly temperament, unity of purpose, and empathy for all Virgin Islanders needing to see leaders who wield authority in ways that advocate for a better territory. May this convening increase faith and hope, not just in individuals, but in the process of governance. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Secretary, can we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Yes, Mr. President. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. Present. Senator Bolkes Jr. present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Here. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Here. Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Present. Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes, here.
Senator Gittins present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Here. Senator Johnson present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr. present. Senator Avery L. Lewis here. Senator Lewis present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter present. Senator Kurt A. Valley. Here. Senator Valley present. Mr. President, you have 15 members present for today's meeting.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. We will now move to the reports from the standing committees. Okay, while you get your standing committee reports together, I'm going to give our secretary the privilege of introducing some guests who are the special guests who are here in the chambers today. And I feel some bright, positive vibes and energy radiating from them. We're going to start with you, Senator Avery Lewis.
Yes.
Please introduce our special guest.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, good morning, colleagues. Good morning, people of the Virgin Islands as well. Colleagues, this week I was invited to speak to some students that's undergoing a career exploration program with the Department of Labor. And it was under the leadership of Mr. Benjamin Kraft. They were at the School of All Saints. Just utilizing the room there. But it's a paid program through the Department of Labor and giving them the expertise and knowledge and, opening their appetite for a broader horizon for future advantages for them, endeavors as well. So a lot of them really didn't know about what goes on in the legislature and, how the legislature is comprised and the operation of the legislature. So I invited them here today. So with your indulgence, I'd also like to allow them to come forward so we each could greet them and bring them forward. So, Sergeant at Arms, could you bring them forward? We have, just so the community could see our future doctors, lawyers, electricians, software, technicians, and everything. Again, I'd like to thank the Department of Labor for all they do for our children of the Virgin Islands and bringing them, giving them opportunities that we never had before, or they never had before as well. So, Mr. President, without anything else, I'd just like to introduce the students of the Department of Labor, Career and Exploration Program with the leadership of Mr. Benjamin Kraft. So, colleagues, the students.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kraft. Thank you, young people, for gracing us with your presence. The future is yours, and our future is bright, knowing that you are there to accept the baton from us. Thank you very much. Enjoy your summer. Have fun, learn something, and have a very positive 2025-2026 school year. Thank you, young people, for coming. Before we go to our young people, not the young people, before we go to our committee reports, in keeping in the line of introducing special young people, colleagues, I'm honored to introduce our pages, our official legislative pages for the day. Ms. Jada Duverger and Ms. Janaya Etienne. Welcome, ladies. Welcome. Janaya Etienne, that's you, is a University of the Virgin Islands student, an undergraduate. What's your major?
Business administration.
Majoring in business administration. Her school activities, book club, yearbook, class treasurer, 2022-23. Choir, backstage crew, junior ROTC. Her favorite subject is math. Her hobbies are singing, cooking, exploring, and traveling. Extracurricular activities. I love traveling too, Miss Etienne. Extracurricular activities, vocal performances, legislative intern from Senator DeGraff's office, a praise and worship, dance, chess, piano, and traveling. Yeah, you do a lot. Her career goal is to be a management consultant. Welcome, Miss Janaya Etienne. Next, Jada Duverger. I got it right? Thank you. Attending the Peter Gruber International Academy. She is a rising senior. Her favorite subject is math. Her hobbies are reading, drawing, and crocheting. And she is an athlete. She participates in cross country. Her career goal is to become a mechanical engineer, a profession that we badly need. Thank you very much for being here, Ms. Jada Duverger. Enjoy the day, learn something. We're going to pay you also for the day. We're going to pay you. I'm going to give you a high-quality meal. So thank you, ladies, very much for being here. Let's give them both a round of applause. We'll now go to our committee reports, beginning with our chair of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, and Sports, Senator Angel L. Bulquez, Jr. Please proceed with your report.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to central staff. Good morning to the students who are here with us today, along with anyone else who can see or hear my voice. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks met on June 11, 2025 at the Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Croix for an oversight hearing on the Pauli Joseph Stadium construction project. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks convened at this scheduled meeting for oversight hearing to receive testimony regarding the ongoing work at the Pauli Joseph Stadium construction project, an essential capital investment intended to revitalize sports and recreational infrastructure on the island of St. Croix. Despite formal written invitations sent back since April 2025 and several times thereafter, none of the invited testifiers appeared before the committee. This lack of participation obstructed the committee's ability to conduct a meaningful oversight examination into the causes of the project's prolonged delays, fiscal management, and regulatory compliance. Given the significance of this project and the continued concerns raised by the public and fellow legislators, the committee exercised its authority to issue subpoenas compelling the attendance of the responsible parties. A rescheduled hearing will be held on Friday, July 18th, 2025 at 10 a.m. at the Fritzie Lowette's Legislative Chamber on St. Croix. And the committee remains committed to upholding transparency, accountability, and efficiency in the use of public funds for infrastructure projects that serve our youth, athletes, and the Greater Virgin Islands community. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Bulquez. We appreciate the hard work that you and your committee have been doing with regards to the people of the territory. Next, Senator Carla J. Joseph, please proceed with your testimony. Senator Joseph is chair of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. It gives me great pleasure this morning to first, before I present my committee report, is to again introduce my summer intern, Ms. Shania Nieves. Kindly stand, Ms. Nieves, who has returned to the place of her birth, St. Thomas, after graduating from Savannah College of Arts and Design with her bachelor degrees in fine arts, in fashion marketing and management as magna cum laude. She's an active member of St. Peter and Paul Cathedral Church, where her faith is fueled by her perseverance, creativity, and passion for fashion design and business. Ms. Nieves plans to remain in the Virgin Islands for now as she works on her design portfolio and continue her career search in the fashion industry. Ms. Nieves has been my summer intern and sometimes my Christmas intern from the time I was elected. And we as Virgin Islanders have invested in her and I would hope that we will continue to invest in her. Now on to my report. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary held 2 legislative committee hearings. The first hearing was conducted on Thursday, May 8, 2025, in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall. Legislators heard from 3 governor nominees, the Honorable Carolyn P. Herman Purcell, Mr. Winston M.A. Williams, Jr., and Mr. Kirk Callwood. The second hearing was held on Wednesday, June 25th, 2025, also at the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall. Legislators favorably voted to forward all 17 bills to the floor on the June 25th meeting, and they are all reflected in today's agenda for consideration at session. I really want to thank all of the members of my committee who appear every day. We always have a full quorum, and also for those non-committee members who appeared. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the opportunity, and of course, a pleasant good morning to all of the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Chair of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Thank you for the hard work that you and the members of your committee have been doing on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Next, we're going to ask the Chair of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, Senator Hubert L. Frederick, to please proceed with your committee report.
Pleasant good morning, Mr. Chair, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, central staff, and my wonderful staff, the Office of Hubert Frederick. I'd like to present the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture. Our committee meeting convened on Monday, June the 9th, 2025, to conduct a legislative hearing to receive testimonies on matters relating to the territory's economic development and recovery. Bill number 36-0065, a proposal aimed at improving the, well, skip that. The hearing opened with condolences extended to families and friends who had passed away. This solemnly portion was in recognition of those who served and sacrificed for our community. During the committee chair, we highlighted the local farmers and food-based businesses and resilient food systems in the community. This program is also geared towards granting equipment loans that we just found out from the federal government for $10,000 to $100,000, which we're excited about for our farmers. Pretty much our committee dealt with some of the challenges that we are facing. And we expect to have a follow-up on these committee meetings, open items, next month. The date has not been set yet. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Thank you for the hard work that you and the members of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture have been doing on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Next, we're going to have the busiest man in the month of June and July, Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr., Chair of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to our students here, and of course, good morning to central staff. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, whose membership is myself as the Chair, Vice Chair, Senator Blyden, Senator DeGraff, Senator Frederick, Senator James, Senator Fonseca, Senator VLA, and all other colleagues that attend our meeting. To date, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance has met 10 times, which includes 6 budget hearings. I appreciate the insightful discussions that was held on June 3rd when we received an overview of fiscal year 2026 proposed executive budget. This overview is the first step in the budget preparation process that will continue through August. So far, the committee has welcomed the Department of Finance, OMB, the Public Finance Authority, Internal Revenue Bureau, the Career and Technical Education, the Bureau of Corrections, the Department of Justice, the Virgin Islands Office of Energy Office, VITEMA, Fire and Emergency Medical Services, the Department of Labor, Division of Personnel, and the Office of Collective Bargaining to defend their budget requests. We are next scheduled on Monday, June 30th, to receive the budget presentation of the Office of the Adjutant General, the Office of Veterans Affairs, and the Department of Education.
Time.
I am pleased to report, if I may just wrap up real quickly, sir. I'm pleased to report that all budget hearings had at least 10 senators or more in attendance. My thanks to all the committee members and non-committee members who have supported the budget hearings thus far. All members are invited to participate and to be a part of a balanced budget to the finish line. In meeting its mandates, the committee has also considered bills, government leases, and received an update of the Virgin Islands Diabetes Center of Excellence regarding its operational accomplishments and financial needs. Finally, as a result of deliberations, the committee has successfully forwarded bills number 36-0032, bill number 36-0062, and bill number 36-0098 to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for additional vetting, and I'm sure those will be considered in today's session. Thank you very much, and again, thanks to the work of my committee members as well as my other colleagues for the Budget Appropriations and Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Thank you sincerely for the hard work that you and the members of the Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance, as well as my other colleagues. As you mentioned, the committee hearing has never had less than 10 people in attendance. But this is one of the most important things that we do as a body, pass fiscal year budget. So we appreciate the hard work that you've been doing. Next up, Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph is the chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. And good morning, staff, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Mr. President, the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety has been busy. A copy of our committee report has been circulated. The committee met on June 5th, 2025, immediately after our last session. All committee members were present at the hearing, which are Senator Bolkes Jr., Senator DeGraff, Senator Fonseca, Senator Giddens, and Senator Johnson, and Senator Lewis. Sorry. There were also 3 non-committee members present: Senator Blyden, Francis Jr., and Senator Francis Heiliger. There were 5 bills for consideration on the agenda. After the testimony and inquiry, the committee action was taken on all measures on the agenda. 1 bill, number 360020, has been held in the committee. Bills number 36-0024, 36-0027, 36-0031, and 36-0057 were forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. Those 4 measures are on today's agenda for consideration. That concludes the committee report for Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Thank you for the hard work that you and the members of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety do on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Next, we're going to have the chair of the Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning Committee, Senator Mary C. James, proceed with your committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, all staff. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, everyone inside and outside the room. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning convened on Monday, June 16, 2025, at 10:20 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. The committee received testimony on Bill number 36-0070 and eminent domain legislation, as well as a comprehensive status update of the street addressing initiative from the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources and the Department of Property and Procurement testified on Bill number 36-0070, legislation that addresses the failure of the government to utilize property acquired through the government's exercise of eminent domain. Both DPNR and DPP acknowledged the bill's intent, but urged amendments for flexibility and feasibility. The bill was held in committee. We anticipate it passing in the future. The GIS Division of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor briefed the committee on the progress of the Street Addressing Initiative. This critical infrastructure project, which involves key project partners from various local and federal agencies, is the largest of its kind in USVI modern history. The USVI framework is now a national model.
Time.
May I wrap up? Thank you, sir.
Yes.
The next meeting of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning is scheduled for September 2025 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lawetz Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. Specific dates to follow. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Mary C. James. Thank you for the hard work that you and the members of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning have been doing on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Next, we're going to ask the chairman of the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services, Senator Ray Fonseca, to proceed with his committee report. Senator Fonseca.
Good day. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the viewing and listening audience, we give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessing. The Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services convened on May 27, and the meeting began with a solemn reflection for Memorial Day honoring 3 Virgin Islands Gold Star veterans, Emil White, Kendall Emmanuel George, and Vigor E. Sewer. These veterans all gave the ultimate sacrifice so that we may have freedom. In that meeting, the Commissioner of Human Services gave a comprehensive update on our territory's Head Start programs. Even though the federal funds were cut by $2 million, we can still support all the Head Start children. During Block 1, we advanced 2 key bills sponsored by the Budget Chair, Senator Novell Francis, to modernize the territory's outdated social work licensure laws and establish the Virgin Islands Board of Social Work Licensure. We also advanced Bill number 3643, which adjusted penalties for violations of sanitation laws, making the first update to those penalties since 1949, sponsored by Senator Angel Bolkes. All 3 bills were voted favorably and is before the body today for final consideration. The territory is also investing in 6 new Head Start centers across all 3 islands. The committee next meeting will be July the 7th, where we'll take a look at the issues of sanitation and the pollution of the waters and our harbors, and also the brine that's being dumped into the water by the into our water by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Time.
I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, for the time and blessings.
Thank you very much, Senator Ray Fonseca, Chair of the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services. Thank you for the hard work that you and the members of this committee have been doing on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Next, we're going to ask the Chairman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, Senator Kurt Violet, to proceed with your committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development held its last meeting on June 27, 2025. Block 1 consisted of Mr. Craig Benjamin, the Executive Director of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, giving us a report for summer repair and maintenance in school. He reported that 51 summer projects are presently taking place in the St. Thomas and St. John District, and over 80 in the St. Croix district, including roof repairs, HVAC upgrades, and campus improvements. We'll be having a follow-up meeting to make sure that the necessary work that was outlined is completed before the beginning of the school year. The second block, we considered two different proposed legislation. One, Bill number 36, that's 0049, proposing a Bureau of School Security under the Department of Education. The consideration of this bill led to lively debate. We were able to really discuss security issues at the schools and suggestions as to how we can move forward. The bill was held in committee for further discussion. We then went on to Bill number 36 as 0064, which is a bill that deals with the Education Initiative Fund and allowing principals of flexibility to spend those monies and making sure that those monies are not returned to the Department of Education. The bill received strong support from the Department of Education and was passed and moved to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and will be considered today in this session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet. Thank you for the hard work that the committee that you, as chair, and the members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development have been doing on behalf of the people of the territory. Next up, we're going to have the committee chair of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, Legislative Secretary Avery L. Lewis, proceed with your committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning again, colleagues. Good morning to the students and audience, my guests. Good morning, people of the Virgin Islands. The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, since the last time I reported, we met on May 20th, May 30th, and June 23rd. The members of that committee, Vice Chair, Honorable Novelli Francis Jr., Kenneth Gittins, Ray Fonseca, Alma Francis Heiliger, Franklin Johnson, Carla Joseph. Thank you, committee members, for your assistance and everything we do collaboratively. On May 20th, the committee met and we had Bill 360007, a resolution honoring and commending Mr. James Tasso, who is on today's agenda for vetting and approval, yes. We have Bill 360029, a resolution honoring Ms. Sonia Hugh, the creator of the St. Croix Crucial and Hook bracelet. We also had the testimony. The Virgin Island Meteorological Office within the Virgin Islands Territorial Management Agency, sponsored by Senator Ray Fonseca. That bill was held in committee.
Time.
We had updates, comprehensive updates on May 30th. Mr. Chair, if I may, let's wrap up here. Comprehensive updates from Taxi Cab Commission and VI Lottery. On June 23rd, we had a bill by Senator Angel Bolquez declaring the first week, beginning the Monday before the first Friday in June, as a Virgin Island Gun Violence Awareness Week. Bill 360097, a bill by Senator Milton Potter honoring NCSL, a resolution. Thank you, Senator Potter, for that. Greatly appreciated. Bill 360012, the GRS Disability Annuity Reform with amendments. And then we had Bill 360066 mandating a GRS mandate for PFA subsidiaries that was held in committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Colleagues, just very briefly, during the June 4th, 2025 legislative session, the 36th legislature proudly advanced the people's agenda by passing 11 bills. Among those highlights was Bill number 36-0053, an important measure that raises the minimum annual salary for full-time employees of the government of the Virgin Islands from $27,040 to $35,000, an essential step towards a more equitable and sustainable standard of living for a government workforce. Also passed was Bill number 36-0085, which halts any automatic implementation of salary adjustments recommended by the Virgin Islands Public Officials Compensation Commission, ensuring that such changes receive proper scrutiny and public accountability. Furthermore, Bill number 36-0063 amends Title 33 to affirm that gross receipt taxes apply to all contractors conducting business in the Virgin Islands, regardless of the physical location, closing loopholes and strengthening our local economy. In addition to legislative action, we confirmed several key nominations, including the nomination of Judge Jessica Gallivan to the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. We also approved the appointments of Ms. Carolyn P. Herman Purcell, Esquire, to the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees, Mr. Winston M. A. Williams to the Virgin Islands Board of Contractors, Trades and Crafts, and Mr. Kirk Calwood, Sr. to the Virgin Islands Banking Board. The session also saw the passage of 4 rezoning measures, most notably Bill number 36-0095, which supports a transformative housing development led by 3 of our own young entrepreneurs, spearheaded by Mr. Ajani Conero, CEO of AC Development, LLC. This project envisions the construction of an 80-home community delivering high-quality, resilient, energy-efficient housing for the people of the Virgin Islands. I extend my heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you, colleagues in the 36th Legislature, for your hard work, for your commitment and dedication. Let us remain committed to building a stronger, fairer, and more prosperous Virgin Islands for all. Colleagues, as we convene this regular session of the 36th Legislature, I'm reminded that the work we do reflects our unwavering commitment to the people we serve across the territory. Today's agenda demonstrates the breadth of our responsibilities, from approving essential lease agreements that support federal partnerships like our collaboration with NOAA, to advancing legislation that strengthens our communities and protects our most vulnerable residents. We will consider important measures, including Janiqua's Law, which ensures accountability for those whose actions have or leave children without parents, and legislation declaring Gun Violence Awareness Week, both reflecting our dedication and to safety and justice. We'll also address critical reforms to our retirement systems, public safety protections, and professional licensing standards. I want to particularly acknowledge the resolutions honoring Mr. James Sasso for his distinguished service in the funeral industry, and the late Sonia Ho, creator of the iconic Crucian hook bracelet. Reminders that we celebrate not just policy, but the individuals who enrich our Virgin Islands culture and community. We'll also consider overrides that are fundamentally about safeguarding the integrity of our democratic institutions and maintaining the trust of the people we serve. The diverse nature of today's agenda, spanning economic development, public safety, education, funding, and social services, underscores that effective governance requires us to address both the immediate needs and the long-term vision of our territory. Let us proceed with the dignity, thoroughness, and collaborative spirit our constituents deserve. Together, we will continue building a stronger Virgin Islands for all who call these islands home. Let us proceed with the business of the people. Do I hear? Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record?
Consideration of floor agenda, consideration of lease agreements. Bill number 36-0062, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and United States Department of Commerce, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for a portion of the telecommunications tower located on parcel R-22 of Tract 1, Estate Nazareth, Number 1, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas. Bill number 36-0098, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Caribbean Buzz LLC for a portion of remainder parcel number 3B, Estate Susannaburg, 17A, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, for the purpose of operating and managing a helicopter transportation service at the existing helipad and for other permitted purposes. Consideration of resolutions. Bill number 36-0007, a resolution honoring and commending James Sachel for distinguished service in the mortuary and funeral service industry. Bill number 36-0029, a resolution honoring and commending Sonia Ho, the creator of the St. Croix Crucian hook bracelet and proprietor of one of the first hand-wrought jewelry stores in St. Croix. Bill number 36-0090, an act amending Title I, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, by amending Section 200M to declare the week beginning the Monday before the first Friday in June as the Virgin Islands Gun Violence Awareness Week. Bill number 36-0097, a resolution commending the National Conference of State Legislatures, NCSL, on its 50th anniversary and recognizing the NCSL for its commitment to the legislative institution. Consideration of bills. Bill number 36-0012, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, to streamline the GERS disability annuity approval procedures and for other related purposes. Bill number 36-0024, an act amending Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 85, by adding Section 1710, declaring a person incapable of consent to sexual relations while the person is in police custody. Bill number 36-0027, an act amending Title V, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 1, Chapter 311, by enacting Janiqua's Law, requiring a defendant to pay restitution in form of child maintenance if the victim of the offense was the parent or guardian of a minor child or dependent, and if the defendant was convicted of negligent homicide by means of a motor vehicle, a violation of Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Section 504, while under the influence or affected by intoxicating liquor or narcotic drugs, or was convicted of driving under the influence of intoxicating liquors or controlled substances, a violation of Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Section 493, which results in an accident that causes the victim to become disabled or totally and permanently disabled. Bill number 36-0031, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter 4, Section 1073, to exempt a public safety agency or privacy safety entity from liability for acts of negligence in the operation, administration, or maintenance of a 911 service unless the acts are committed in a grossly negligent manner or committed with willful intent. Bill number 36-0032, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subchapter 3, Chapter 111, Section 3080, by limiting the salary amount used to compute the service retirement annuity for the Governor and the Lieutenant Governor of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 36-0035, an act amending Title 15, Virgin Islands Code, Article 5, to allow the Governor of the Virgin Islands to implement the federal mandate of the Stephen J. Beck Jr. Achieving Better Life Experiences, which provides for the establishment of saving accounts for persons with disabilities. Bill number 36-0043, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 6, Chapter 53, Subchapter 4, Section 1481, by increasing the penalties for violation of sanitation laws. Bill number 36-0050, an act repealing and reenacting with amendments Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 20, relating to the regulation of the profession of social work and social workers. Bill number 36-0051, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 20, by establishing the Virgin Islands Board of Social Work Licensure. Bill number 36-0057, An act amending Title V, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 314, Section 3733, Subsection A, to require automatic expungement of the arrest record and complaint or information when the accused has been acquitted. Bill number 36-0064, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 111, Section 3100I, aligning the disbursement and spending limitation of funds allotted to public schools from the Education Initiative Fund with the realities of academic planning, ensuring that funds are used to maximize student success. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to reorder the agenda. Block number 1 will consist of bills number 36-0062, 36-0098, 36-0007, 36-0029, 36-0090, and 36-0097 with a debate time of 2 minutes. Block number 2, bill number 36-0012, bill number 36-0024, bill number 36-0027, bill number 36-0031, bill number 36-0032, bill number 36-0035 with a debate time of 3 minutes. On the third block, bill number 36-0043, bill number 36-0050, bill number 36-0051, bill number 36-0057, and bill number 36-0064 with a debate time of 3 minutes. Bill number 36-0064 will be the non-germane bill. And lastly, I move that there will be no consideration of special orders. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Kurt-Violet, seconded by Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Marvin Blyden, objected to by Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. No. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yea. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yea. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. No. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, not voting.
Yeah.
Senator Gittens, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. No. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Violet. Yes. Senator Violet, yea. Mr. President, we have 11 yeas, 3 nays, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion is adopted. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move for the override of the governor veto of Bill number 36-0053, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter V, Section 555B, to increase the minimum annual salary for full-time employees of the government of the Virgin Islands, its semi-autonomous agencies, and independent instrumentalities from $27,040 to $35,000, and requiring the Office of Management and Budget to submit a report to the President of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands detailing the fiscal impact of the Act, and requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Finance to biannually conduct a review of the cost of living in the Virgin Islands and submit a report to the President of the Legislature regarding adjustments to the minimum salary of full-time employees of the Government of the Virgin Islands. I so move.
Second. Properly moved by Senator Viale, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden and Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Roll call. Roll call on the motion to consider the override. Colleagues, as you know, 8 votes are required to consider the override. Madam Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Yeah, on the motion.
Okay. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, 15 yeas.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, the motion to consider the override passes. Colleagues, shall the bill pass notwithstanding the veto of the governor? Can we have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, we have 15 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, notwithstanding the governor's veto, Bill number 36-00553, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Chapter 5, Section 555B, to increase the minimum annual salary for all full-time employees of the government of the Virgin Islands, its semi-autonomous agencies, and independent instrumentalities from $27,040 to $35,000, and requiring the Office of Management and Budget to submit a report to the President of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands detailing the fiscal impact of the Act and requiring the Virgin Islands Departments of Finance to biannually conduct a review of the cost of living in the Virgin Islands and submit a report to the President of the Legislature regarding adjustments to the minimum salary of full-time employees of the government of the Virgin Islands become law. Motion, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for an override for the governor's veto of Bill number 360085, an act to prevent or rescind an automatic implementation of salary adjustments made pursuant to the recommendations of the Virgin Islands Public Officials Compensation Commission, and to provide for the return of any monies disbursed or salary increases paid to be returned to the government, to the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands. I so move.
Second. Properly moved by Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, seconded by Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Kenneth Gittins, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Yes. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Yes. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, we have 15 yeas.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, the motion to consider the override of Bill number 36-0085 carries. Colleagues, shall the bill pass notwithstanding the veto of the governor? Of course, 2/3 affirmative vote of the total membership of the body is required to sustain an override. Madam Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Yes.
Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, we have 15 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, notwithstanding the veto of the governor, Bill number 36-0085, an act to prevent or rescind any automatic implementation of salary adjustments made to the recommendations of the Virgin Islands Public Officials Compensation Commission, and to provide for the return of any money disbursed or salary increases paid to be returned to the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands has become law. All right. Madam Clerk, as we proceed with our agenda, can you read the items in Block 1 into the record?
Block 1, consideration of lease agreements and consideration of resolutions. Bill number 36-0062, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the United States Department of Commerce, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for a portion of the telecommunication tower located on parcel R-22 of Tract 1, Estate Nazareth, number 1, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas. Bill number 36-0098, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Caribbean Buzz, LLC, for a portion of remainder parcel number 3B, Estate Susannaburg, 17A, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, for the purpose of operating and managing a helicopter transportation service at the existing helipad for other permitted purposes. Bill number 36-0007, a resolution honoring and commending James Sasso for distinguished service in the mortuary and funeral service industry. Bill number 36-0029, a resolution honoring and commending Sonia Ho, the creator of the St. Croix Crucian hook bracelet and proprietor of one of the first hand-wrought jewelry stores in St. Croix. Bill number 36-0090, an act amending Title I, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, by adding Section 200M to declare the week beginning the Monday before the first Friday in June as the Virgin Islands Gun Violence Awareness Week. Bill number 36-0097, a resolution commending the National Conference of State Legislatures, NCSL, on its 50th anniversary and recognizing the NCSL for its commitment to the legislative institution. This concludes the reading of Block 1, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you may proceed with your 2 minutes.
Thank you. I rise in support of all the pieces of legislation in this block. As it relates to 36-0062, we had an opportunity during the committee to really hear as to what this particular space on the tower will assist us with dealing with weather. I have no problem with that particular lease. As it relates to 36-0098, I also heard that one, and anything that we could do to help out with helicopter services and transportation here in the territory. They were attempting to assist with getting a helipad and a few other things. I support that 100%. As it relates to the resolutions, 36-0007, honoring Mr. Sasso, we all know in a time of grieving, it's a good thing that we have people that are there that fully understand how to help navigate the family through the process and try to send off our loved ones to the best of their ability. 36-0029, the Crucian hook bracelet. Listen, anyone that did anything to help market this territory deserves the praises from us. And she put in the work for years. Unfortunately, she's not here to get it, but we remember her, and I hope her family will recognize that we, the people of the territory, appreciated what she did. 36-0090, I am all in support of us having weeks and days and months. And there's nothing wrong with us focusing on gun violence and really understanding, because we know for the last 2 weeks we've been riddled here in the territory. But I would really like for us to have a lot more focus on trying to actually solve some of these murders that are happening in our territory. It's one thing for us to pass laws and have weeks and days and months to acknowledge things, but I think it's very important that we show criminals that we are actually solving them in an attempt to deter the crime to help reduce the gun violence in our territory. So 36-0097, I support our award for NCSL. As legislators, We've all benefited at some point from utilizing their services. They're very hands-on with us here. We get emails. We could call them at any given time. And anything that could assist me in doing a much better job to serve the people of this territory, I appreciate them. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to people of the territory. Mr. President, I rise in support of all of these measures in block number 1. Both lease agreements I definitely support, especially the helicopter pad. It's very important. Sometimes traffic coming from one end of this island to the next could be very slow, and this might help alleviate some of that traffic. Resolution honoring Mr. Sasso. He makes family smile on a day when they're going through some very difficult time, difficult moments. I've been blessed to see some of his service that he performed for the people of his territory, and it brings a warmth to the family. It brings them to smile when sometimes they'll cry. So it was definitely an honor to be a part of supporting that. Cushion hook bracelet. Sometimes you have that bracelet and you're in an airport and somebody see that bracelet and they walk over to you and say, "You from the Virgin Islands?" It's really the logo that symbolizes someone either visiting or been here or live here. So I definitely support that measure. The Gun Violence Week, and I do support this measure, but I don't want it to just be a recognition. I want to make sure on that week we definitely speak a lot about what's happening in our territory. This weekend gone, we can see what's happening, and I always say this, some folks don't want to hear it. It's going to get worse before it get better. Until we could control our shorelines, guns will continue coming to our territory. So we definitely have to find ways of solving that problem. Then we'll eliminate this problem here. A resolution commending National Conference State Legislature, I definitely support that. Since being in this legislature, I've attended maybe about 6, 7 of these. It's a very good learning experience.
30 seconds.
You made a lot of connection with a lot of folks to help you with a lot of different measures, get ideas and different ways to put legislation that's going to better your territory. So at the appropriate time, I'll be supporting all measures on this block. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. You know, I stand in support of all except 2 of these particular bills. NCSL, it's a plus as a senator to have that NCSL and to take advantage of it for you and your staff. For the Office of Gun Violence, my colleague to my left who just spoke, we ourselves have tried to work on these gun buyback programs to try to take as many guns out of the street as we can. So to recognize, support, add anything against gun violence, I think we all have to stand up on. The cushion hook bracelet, that's another identifier of our territory. Like my colleague mentioned, wherever you go, I have one that I wear on special occasions only. Mr. Sasso, the style that Mr. Sasso has is that, like you say, if you're grieving and you see how he preps, it just take so much care in his job. It is particular. So when you're in that grieving point, that to have someone take such good care of you in that job of grief.
1 minute.
It's a blessing. The bill for the tower, to add the tower for NOAA, I understand it's something that's needed, but I don't support it because, again, the residents in the area, the exposure to whatever comes out for these radars, it's a plus for the territory. It's going to be a give and get done, but hey, it ain't going to get done with me. So I don't support that one. The helipad on St. John, the helipad belongs to Myra Keaton Smith facility, medical facility. Is attached to that facility. To give a lease to a private entity to run a helicopter service. Come on. What are we doing? That's the reality of it. The service that they're providing is second to none. I agree. Helicopters, fine, beautiful. Nice excursions. But it belongs to the government that we are leasing out for this medical facility. When they determine, hey, we don't want what we don't want on it, then we're going to see what problem we have. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Angel Bulquez Jr., you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in support of all the measures in this block. Pertinent to the 36.0062, renewing the lease for NOAA to continue using the space for telecommunications. Definitely telecommunications is a big part of how we collaborate and communicate in our territory. And of course, NOAA does their part when it comes to responding to natural disasters. So definitely supporting that. For the Caribbean Buzz, I understand how important air access is for safety, emergency response, and even tourism. So, presenting this lease and having the opportunity to cover all of those areas, especially when it comes to emergency response for the people of St. John, is a big, big plus for me. I know that tourism is also a part of it. When it's not being utilized for emergency response, they have the opportunity to be able to conduct business as directed. So I support that as well. Of course, honoring Mr. Sasso, I think I echo the sentiments of my colleagues of how Mr. Sasso has done an excellent job at what he does in the funeral and mortuary industry. And of course, honoring Sonia Howe for the St. Croix hook bracelet. Her contributions as part of our tourism and economic development for the Virgin Islands is a plus, so I definitely support that. And of course, for Gun Violence Awareness Week, I want to say that solving gun violence is not something that happens overnight. There's a lot of moving pieces. There's a comprehensive strategy, a lot of moving parts, whether it's counseling, awareness, outreach, education. And I think that this week just sort of implants another part of that comprehensive framework when we respond to gun violence in our territory. So having this week of awareness, every day should be awareness. But, especially establishing a week of awareness helps us to move towards the right direction. We have our response from our Virgin Islands Police Department. The LEPC does their part. So we all have to come together. The Gun Back program, and I know my colleagues have definitely been a part of that earlier on in March of 2025. They conducted it territory-wide along with the Virgin Islands Police Department. So we all want to do our part.
Time.
So that we can try to push, Mr. President, if I may, please wrap up. Thank you so much, Mr. President. So that we can push to find some sort of resolution to this epidemic, this public safety epidemic of gun violence. And of course, closing off with NCSL, becoming a senator, and just a plethora of information and data to how to enhance yourself. And not only that, but access to other legislators from different states to communicate with them and learn what they're doing so that we can try to implement it here in our territory and make things better for the quality of life. Thank you for the time, Mr. President. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator Bulquez. Senator Hubert Frederick, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I also support most of these measures today. I think we've done a lot of work, and we should be commended for the work that's been done. Ms. Sonia Howe, creator of the Crucian hook bracelet, should be commended on her great work in recognizing St. Croix, the Virgin Islands, as having a unique product that we could all be proud of. I also support the Virgin Islands Gun Violence Awareness Week initiative, specifically because I think we should also appropriate funding to have the largest gun buyback program during the same week. That would really add some teeth to this. It's important that we get the guns off the streets, and that's the purpose. We're telling you guns are a problem, and we're willing to pay to get the guns off the streets. So that's my recommendation, to make this really forceful. In reference to streamlining the GRS disability annuity for approval for people with disabilities, absolutely. There's no reason for us to drag on getting someone paid if they're already disabled. I think this is the humane thing to do. It's the right thing to do. If they were capable and fine, that's different. But they have an issue, and we need to help get some financial relief. in reference to Janiqua law, 100%.
One
If you're going to
minute.
drink and be irresponsible, you will have to pay for all the consequences and damages that you cause on families. So I went too far. So for the first block, I support these measures.
30 seconds.
And I want to thank you, Mr. President, for the time. I was getting excited. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Pleasant good day, colleagues, Mr. President. I wanted to thank you so much for recognizing me to speak. I'm in support of all of the measures in this block. I want to just take a briefly talk about one of them that I think is really a sizable piece of legislation. And of course, most of these legislation, 4 out of the 6 items in this block was vetted in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs. Definitely honoring Mr. Sasso. He does such a great job at his funerals, and so we appreciate that. Miss Sonia Huff, what a tremendous woman who was a trailblazer as a artistic jewelry designer from the Big Island of St. Croix. And she just opened up a whole now mantra of people who are designing jewelry here locally. So I really want to commend her. I think there might be an amendment coming because she has passed, and to commend her and honor her posthumously. So that's one of the things we need to correct with this resolution. In addition, the Gun Violence Awareness Week recognition, as well as the 50th anniversary of the National Council of State Legislature, demands recognition.
30 seconds.
Because we have like one of my colleagues said, a really epidemic with a lot of gun violence that is happening in our territory. No one is immune to a family member being tragically killed by guns, and NCSL really provides a lot of support to us as legislators. The 2 lease agreement, I'm in full support. The one that is located in Susannaburg, that lease agreement in itself is a helipad is not being actively used, and they're going to bring in the helicopter. A helicopter, I don't think we have money here for a helicopter, but it's going to be able to still operate as emergency services for the people of St. John.
Time.
That's the most important thing to me. You know, that we don't have to invest in bringing in a helicopter because we don't have no money, right? And this person is going to be able to provide that service, Mr. President, I'm going to conclude, right, for our emergency people. And finally, the tower for NOAA, that tower is already existing. This isn't something that is new. The tower is there, and it has been in existence for a number of years in Estate Nazareth. So I will be supporting all of these measures in this block. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the leeway.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Novell Francis, you are recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I stand in support of all of the items in block number 1. Of course, the leases add to our economic development, employment, vital community resources, and federal partnership. And we have a helipad, but no helicopter. You know, so this is a win-win situation where we do have now, most health facilities do have helipads as part of their infrastructure. However, now we have the use of a helicopter as well there. So that is a win-win situation. In respect to the resolutions, I stand in support of those as well. Mr. James Sasso, he always impressed me when I go to funerals, despite it being a dark moment and gloomy. You know, I think that he brings some light to it especially with the march. His compassion that he demonstrates in taking care of the family as well as the deceased is commendable, and certainly I congratulate him on this designation as well as the bill sponsor. Ms. Sonia Howe, again, the hook bracelet is a VI identifier everywhere you go. So I'm happy to see that we recognize her. And we were really trying to get this done before she passed away, but nonetheless, I think it'll be good. She have made her contribution, and she'll be remembered for that contribution. The NCSL 50th anniversary, again, there's a consortium of state and territorial legislators that's allowed to be able to partner with this think tank, a consortium of individual conglomerate of legislators that come together and discuss common cause policy and also provide a wealth of resource information to us.
30 seconds.
They've been around since 1975. Certainly they have made an impact, and I'm happy that we are also being designated as part of the recognition of those individuals. We have our representative, Mr. Arturo Perez, that frequents here in the territory as well. So I know that he'll be happy to know that we have joined into this celebration. So again, I stand in support of all of these measures in block number 1. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Noel E. Francis Jr. Senator Clifford Joseph, you are recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support all the measures in this block as well. Bill, being a part of the Rules Committee, I had a chance when the vetting process was going on with these bills, so it makes it a lot easier to come here today in support of them. Bill number 360062, the lease agreement with the federal government, namely NOAA, is a no-brainer. The key thing with us being senators is being able to be fair across the board. So when we're dealing with these lease agreement as well. Bill number 360098, a lease agreement with Caribbean Buzz. Again, being part of what I want to make sure that doesn't come a conflict is actually, and that was cleared up during the hearing, was the issue between the Buzz and Via, but that was cleared up during the committee hearing. Bill number 36007, the resolution honoring Mr. Sasso, James Sasso, it's repeatedly and it's clear that compassion is number 1 in your time of grieving. So Mr. Sasso did offer that, and still everybody remember such, and help to the family at the most vulnerable time. Bill 36-0029, a resolution honoring the
30 seconds.
commendation of Sonia Howe, the creator of the Crucian bracelet. Again, it's a mark that is in stone worldwide today because everybody travel all over the world. So I've gone as far as I've been in Europe. I ran into somebody that had on a bracelet to get to find out they were actually from St. John. So, Bill number 360090. It's great that we taking the time to give gun violence a week, but we need to add the experience and
time.
Any other support. Can I complete, Mr. President? Yes, you may. So the government is not only here just for the mere fact to celebrate a week, but continuously doing whatever we could do as a body and as a people in the Virgin Islands to lower the behavior that we presently experiencing. Bill number 360097, a resolution commending the NCSL and the 50th anniversary. I commend you too, Mr. President, for bringing this one forward. And at the appropriate time, I'll be supporting all of these measures. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph. Senator Marie C. James, you are recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of all the bills in this block. I think the ones regarding the leases are very straightforward, and I was part of the vetting of those two. I also want to commend the two resolutions, the one honoring Mr. James Sasso and Ms. Sonia Howe. They both have performed services to the territory, to our community, and they should be recognized for how they've actually made themselves very, very contributory, I think is a word. There are a lot of people who come, who live, who grow up here, who are raised here, and they never really invest in the community. And both these individuals, especially Sonia, who I knew growing up, when you think about, as everyone said before, the Crucian hook, I don't even remember. I think I was a teenager when I first saw it. My two aunts bought those bracelets, so I'm very familiar with them.
1 minute.
The NCSL, I thought that it was so important to attend. I didn't attend last year, but the year before, and I learned a lot. So it's been a critical organization, especially for those of us state legislators. When it comes to the gun violence, I'm actually going to quote the lyrics from a 1970 song I'm going all the way back. And the reason I'm going, may I continue? The reason I'm going way back is because the Bible says there's nothing new under the sun. And so when it comes to gun violence, 1970 lyrics that is sung by both Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles. And I love to hear the song. So I'm just going to say a few verses. I'm not going to sing. Heaven help, I'm going to let you sing it. Heaven help the child who never had a home. Heaven help the girl who walks the street alone. Heaven help the roses if the bombs begin to fall. And we're in that time again. Heaven help the boy who won't reach 21. Heaven help the man who gave that boy a gun. Heaven help the people with their backs against the wall. Our people have their backs against the wall now. Lord, heaven help us all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Powerful lyrics, still relevant today. Thank you very much, Senator James. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of all of these, the 2 leases, the 4 resolutions. Sonia Hugh, the Virgin Islands Gun Violence Awareness Week, NCSL, the St. John Helipad. I wanted to talk about James Sasso. We all know him. We've been to funerals. The funeral director at Thornbull Funeral Home. Oops, sorry, I ain't supposed to advertise. But the guy is brilliant. He have a little dance move and stuff, real good. But I want to go to Bill 36, that's 0062. You see, that's for a lease to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Mr. President, it means that we are already generating weather data from right here at that big tower right above Nazareth School, Eudora Ken School. The Virgin Islands are vulnerable to flash floods, high winds, storm surges, and hurricanes.
1 minute.
Sometimes without much warning. When storms form close to our shores, as Hurricane Dorian did in 2019, we cannot afford to wait 3 hours for weather updates from the National Weather Service. Sometimes they got hurricane hitting them. This year, a flash flood occurred May 8, 2025. We all know it in the legislature because the president had to send us home. Again, Carnival Friday, last Carnival.
30
Carnival
seconds.
parade last Saturday, the adults parade. We received little to no warning, but the National Weather Service had already issued a flood alert. You see, Vitima has no staff monitoring the weather. So we must have the capacity to produce weather data and track and interpret weather conditions. They already know where they're going to locate the Doppler, right in a big mountain in St. Croix. So the Doppler could look down. It's going to cover all the way down to Antigua, to the south coast of the Dominican Republic. That's a bill number 36, that's 0026, to establish the Virgin Islands Meteorological Office within the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency.
Time.
You see, this bill would save lives, protect property, and improve the territory's readiness to face weather conditions. So I support this bill. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Good morning to my colleagues and the people of the Virgin Islands. I rise in support of 5, not all of these bills. I'm in rejection to 1. In respect to bill number 36.0062, the telecommunications tower located in Red Hook. Yes, it's been there for some time, but that's an area where VIHFA has homes and trying to provide home ownership opportunities for my people, and many of them are complaining. And we do know that with towers there is data that it affects individuals, so I cannot support it. In respect to bill number 36.0098, which will provide a helipad for the island of St. John. Yes, it's at Myra Keating, but at the same time, it also will assist in other purposes, permitted purposes, which will include saving lives also. So it's not a monopoly, so it makes sense. It's a no-brainer for me. Bill number 36.0007, James Sasso. Everyone is talking about Sasso, right? But honestly,
1 minute.
This man have a serious swag. He's compassionate, and he adds in terms of soothing individuals in a time of grief. So definitely kudos to him. Big up to him. I will be supporting that. In respect to bill number 36.0029, Sonia Howe, in terms of the trademark bracelet. Everyone knows once you see a cruise ship bracelet, that person from the Virgin Islands. So I will say that trademark of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 36.0090, in terms of Gun Violence Awareness Week. We need to change our young people mindset. It's a mindset, you know, and it's a psyche, and we have a problem here, a serious problem that we need to address. And it comes start with self-love, you know, because if you don't love yourself, you don't love nobody else. So we have some work to do in terms of also many other preventative programs. And finally, bill number 36.0097.
Time.
The 50th anniversary, Mr. President, I may conclude.
Yes, you may.
Of NCSL, recognizing them. And I believe that NCSL have done great work in terms of working here with us here in the territory and many other states when it comes to forming relationships, getting synergy, and working with other legislators in terms of having, not repeating legislation, but looking at other jurisdictions and see what they have that can work here in terms of improving services for our people. So definitely I will be supporting those 5 bills in this block. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Kurt A. Violet, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will be supporting bill number 36.0062, which is a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and NOAA. I think it's important for us to be able to receive reliable data, so I'm definitely going to support that. Bill number 36.0098, which is for Caribbean Buzz. We did have the discussion with Caribbean Buzz about equipping one of the helicopters to be able to medically transport patients from St. John to St. Thomas. And this doesn't give them a monopoly on that particular helipad. So other individuals can operate from it. But I definitely will support that because it opens up various solutions to deal with that issue on St. John of being able to airlift individuals who are injured. The resolutions honoring individuals, Mr. Sasso, long distinguished career here on the island of St. Thomas. I will be supporting him, Ms. Sonia Hugh, who made what is I consider to be the famous crucian bracelet that is identified all over the world. You see anybody that have it on, you know that they visited the Virgin Islands, so I'm definitely going to support that. NCSL, very meaningful entity to be a member of. Definitely going to support that. Many members of this body have received training and have received a lot of information from NCSL, and it provides a wealth of information in terms of putting bills together and getting feedback as to what other states are doing relative to the same items that you try to pass.
30 seconds.
Bill number 36.0090. I'm not sure if I'm going to vote for it. It's a very good bill. However, I just tired of this gun violence week, gun violence, this gun violence, everything. The day that this bill passed, I was upstairs in my office. I hear about 8 shots from Harborview. And I'm like, we trying everything, but the real issue, we're not getting at. And the real issue is being able to change the psyche of these individuals from realizing that guns aren't the answer. Because It's supply and demand. That's what it is.
Time.
If there's not a demand, the supply ain't gonna come. But our youths are just hell-bent on using weapons on a regular basis. And we gotta do a bit more, not us, I mean the other entities. We have some of the toughest gun laws in the US. The toughest gun laws, and people saying, you need to do something. I just don't know. But I know that it starts young, it starts in education, it starts with social workers, psychologists, and so forth in the school, and we need to move in that direction. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, good afternoon, colleagues. Time moving today with us. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. As it pertains to Bill 360062, NOAA, the lease with NOAA, Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, I am in support of this. And I'll just carry it a little step forward. Yesterday, the leadership of this institution, we had the opportunity to tour a local radio station. And we see what NOAA and FEMA and all of those entities does for the Virgin Islands. You know, if we don't have this information, you know, we'll be lost. It'd be detrimental. So anything we could do to help with NOAA, I do understand my colleagues' position about where it's positioned. And, you know, but it's a situation too where we, you know, I do empathize and we just have to try to maneuver. I hopefully sometime in the future, maybe, you know, with the technology, we'll be able to remove it and, you know, place it somewhere else. But for right now, I know the importance of it and what it does for the territory. As it pertains to Bill 360098, the helipad, Roy Lester Snyder and Myra Keaton have a helipad and it's not being used. Not being used. The one Myra Keaton, the goat them cutting the grass wrong it every day. If I ain't believe me, take a trip up. If we come, you know, it's not we didn't give it away. You know, we listen in. We still have access to it. So it need be in case of emergency, we could still utilize it. If we could make a couple dollars while it's in our, so we still have it on our purview, let's go ahead. As it pertains to the Mr. James Sasso and Ms. Sonia Huff, how you have me 100% on it. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. I'm sad that she's not here to smell, get her flowers and smell her fragrance while she was alive. But, you know, in good spirit, thanks to the sponsor of that bill.
Time.
And we do have a couple more, Mr. Chair, if I just may wrap up here, we do have a couple more of those type of individuals I think, you know, we really need to look into. People say that, you know, all are pass a resolution, but we do a lot more than pass a resolution, but we also have to recognize the people who have done for this community, pave the path and pave the way and, you know, let a path of good for all of us. As it pertains to gun violence, I said it during the committee meeting that I do think that we need to do a lot more as it pertains to gun violence in the territory. I think we have been doing a lot, but at times I don't think we're reaching the target audience. Some way they're escaping us and things are still happening. These boys and girls are still adamant of committing crimes, so I guess we just have to deal with it in another manner. NCSL, I stated as a freshman senator coming in, this is a great asset, great tool to me, and I do support it. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator Kenneth Gittins Jr., you're recognized for, Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. Sorry for the junior.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. Colleagues, today I rise in support of most, if not all, of the measures within this block. I think this is block 1, which includes 2 leases and several resolutions. I'd like to briefly express a small concern regarding Bill number 36, that's 0098. While I support the purpose of the bill, particularly as it facilitates the development of a helipad to enhance transportation access to and from the island of St. John. I do note the address listed on this lease, as I've mentioned before, appears to be the same as one approved during our last legislative term. So, we had called legal counsel to the floor, and I'll just trust that it was carefully reviewed to ensure that there's no overlap or conflict with regards to that property. Nevertheless, I'll support the measure in good faith that this critical project moves forward as actually intended. Regarding the resolutions in this block, I proudly support all of the resolutions in this block, but I just want to highlight and commend the resolution honoring and commending Mr. James Sasso for his distinguished and compassionate service in the mortuary and funeral service industry. As we all know, this is an essential field that often goes unrecognized. Sometimes we don't even hear about it unless we appear at a funeral. And I'd love to see more of our young people, as a matter of fact, get into or consider this path of service for our community. Second, I encourage full support of Bill number 36-0029, a resolution to honor and commend Ms. Sonia Howe, the visionary creator, again, of the Crucian hook bracelet, as I wear proudly all the time. A symbol that holds deep cultural and historical meaning for our people here in the Virgin Islands. It is, however, with deep sadness that I note that Ms. Howe passed away a day or two just before, if I may conclude, a day or two before the resolution was actually finalized and forwarded to my office. But as such, the measure will be amended to reflect the honor is being made posthumously, and that was also circulated earlier. And lastly, I'll be remiss with regards to the resolution for honoring NCSL, which is our state legislature's body across the country, that it's so sad that we had that tragic assassination of the former Minnesota House Speaker, Melissa Hortman, who will be remembered as an extremely dedicated public servant. So I find it fitting that we do this resolution, but sadly, this tragic accident occurred, or incident, and I just want to note that political violence is never acceptable. We must keep leading with love and positivity in the face of an increasingly hateful and divided American political culture. So I want to say thank you in advance to colleagues on supporting these measures. And again, my condolences to not only the former House Speaker, Melissa Hortman, but also to the family of Miss Sonia Howe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Colleagues, I am in support of all of the bills in Block 1. Had the opportunity, obviously, to vet them in the Committee of Jurisdiction, beginning with Bill number 36-0062, the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for a portion of the telecommunication tower in Estate Nazareth. It is absolutely vital for us to approve this lease. We all know that the territory is particularly vulnerable and susceptible to hurricanes. Approving this lease agreement is crucial for the territory as it will enhance weather monitoring and data collection. It'll improve disaster preparedness and response and ensure that our community has access to timely and critical information. We cannot take the importance of this tower and this lease for granted. Regarding the resolutions. I firmly believe that progressive communities like ours must recognize their own for demonstrating excellence in their specific fields.
1 minute.
Bill number 36-0029, honoring Ms. Sonia Howe, creator of the iconic, it is really an iconic Crucian bracelet that's recognized, as many of you have said, anywhere you go in this world. Sadly, Ms. Howe has passed before this honor came forth, but we will absolutely remember her posthumously for her significant contribution. Bill number 36-0007, honoring and commending Mr. James Sasso, who we all know, love, and appreciate. There's two words that come to my mind when I think of this gentleman. It is compassion and professionalism, and I think we can all emulate and apply these characteristics to everything that we do. Bill number 36-0097, the resolution, we all know it speaks for itself. We have all made NCSL an indispensable part of what we do as state and territorial legislatures.
Time.
Bill number 36-0090, the Gun Violence Week initiative. We all know that there is no silver bullet when it comes to solving gun violence in our territory. There's no one thing that we can do. There's no one magical thing that we can go in our desk and apply. It's going to take something from every aspect of, of this life that we're living in. It's going to take parents, parental involvement, legislative initiatives, bills. It's going to take a whole lot, and including this week to highlight and focus and celebrate solutions for eradicating gun violence. I cannot see how it will hurt. I think we need to make this week something extraordinary. I like my suggestion that I heard earlier about possibly using this week to also have like a gun buyback initiative. That might be one way to sort of make this week something more than just a conversation about gun violence, but focus primarily on finding solutions. So colleagues, at the appropriate time, I plan to vote in the affirmative for all of the bills in block number 1. Colleagues, we've exhausted all debate time in this initial block. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the first item in block 1?
Bill number 36-0062, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the United States Department of Commerce, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for a portion of the telecommunications tower located on parcel R-22 of Tract 1, Estate Nazareth, number 1, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas.
Thank you very much. Can we have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? No. Senator Blyden, nay. Senator Angel L. Bogus Jr.? Yeah. Senator Bogus Jr., yeah. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? No. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yeah. Senator Fonseca, yeah. Senator Nobel E. Francis Jr.? Yeah. Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Amma Francis Heiliger? Yeah. Senator Francis Heiliger, yeah. Senator Hubert L. Fredericks? Yes. Senator Frederick, yeah. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Maurice C. James? Yes. Senator James, yeah. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Yes. Senator Johnson, yeah. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Yes. Senator Joseph, yeah. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.? Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yeah. Senator Avery L. Lewis? Senator Avery L. Lewis? Senator Lewis, yeah. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yeah. Senator Kurt A. Viale, Senator Viale, yeah. Mr. President, we have 13 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0062, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and the United States Department of Commerce, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, for a portion of the telecommunications tower located on parcel R-22 of Track 1, Estate Nazareth, number 1, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next item in block number 1?
Bill number 36-0098, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Caribbean Buzz, LLC, for a portion of remainder parcel number 3B, Estate Susannaburg, 17A, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, for the purpose of operating and managing a helicopter transportation service at the existing helipad and for other permitted purposes.
Thank you very much. Can we please have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr., Senator Bocas, yeah. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Fonseca, yeah. Senator Nobel E. Francis Jr., Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Francis Heiliger, yeah. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Senator Frederick, yeah. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yeah. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yeah. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yeah. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., Senator Joseph Sr., yeah. Senator Avery L. Lewis, Senator Lewis, yeah. Senator Milton E. Potter, Senator Potter, yeah. Senator Kurt A. Viale, Senator Viale, yeah. Mr. President, we have 14 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0098, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Caribbean Buzz, LLC, for a portion of remainder parcel number 3B, Estate Susannaburg, 17A, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, for the purpose of operating and managing a helicopter transportation service at the existing helipad and for other permitted purposes, has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please read the next item in the block?
Bill number 36-0007, a resolution honoring and commending James Sasso for for distinguished service in the mortuary and funeral service industry.
Thank you very much. Can we please have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr., Senator Bocas Jr., yeah. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Fonseca, yeah. Senator Nobel E. Francis Jr., Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Francis Heiliger, yeah. Senator Hubert L. Fredericks, Senator Fredericks, yeah. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Morris C. James. Yes. Senator James, yeah. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yeah. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yeah. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yeah. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis, yeah. Yes. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yeah. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yeah. Mr. President, we have 15 years.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0007, a resolution honoring and commending James Sasso for distinguished service in the mortuary and funeral service industry, has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next item in Block 1?
Bill number 36-0029, a resolution honoring and commending Sonia Howe, the creator of the St. Croix Crucian hook bracelet and proprietor of one of the first hand-wrought jewelry stores in St. Croix.
Thank you. Can we please have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator Angel A. Bogus Jr. Yeah. Senator Bogus, yeah. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yeah. Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yeah. Senator Fonseca, yeah. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Yeah. Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yeah. Senator Hubert L. Fredericks. Yes. Senator Fredericks, yeah. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins. Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Morris C. James. Senator James, yeah. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yeah. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yeah. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yeah. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yeah. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yeah. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yeah. Mr. President, we have 15 years.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0029, thank you. A resolution honoring and commending Sonia Howe, the creator of the St. Croix Crucian hook bracelet and proprietor of one of the first hand-wrought jewelry stores in St. Croix, has been favorably considered by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Motion. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your motion.
What? My colleagues are really bad today. Mr. President and colleagues, I move for reconsideration of that last vote of Bill number 36-0029 in order to offer an amendment. I so move.
Second. Properly moved by Senator Gittins for reconsideration, seconded by Senator Dwayne Graff, Senator Francis, and Senator Franklin Johnson. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Amendment. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As properly circulated, I rise to offer amendment number 36-400, an amendment to bill number 36-0029, offered by yours truly. Bill number 36-0029 is amended as follows. A, on page 2, line 10, striking the phrase "can now make" and inserting the word "made," and striking the word "does" after. Open quote "and," close quote, and inserting the word "did." B, on page 4, line 6, striking open quote "now," close quote, and inserting open quote "until her death," close quote. C, on page 4, line 9, striking the word "has" before the word "retired," and inserting "and passed away on March 6, 2025, after the word "retired." D, on page 5, line 1, by striking the comma after the name "how" and inserting apostrophe S family after the name "how." I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Kenneth Gittins, seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca, seconded by Senator Noel Francis, objected to by Senator Carla J. Joseph. 2-minute debate time. She object?
Come, let's go.
Senator Joseph?
My objection, Mr. President, is I have not seen this on my desk, or I don't see this amendment. I know we came to reconsider, and also I was told that we're mispronouncing Ms. Sonia Hoff's name. It's supposed to be Hoff, but I have not seen the amendment, Mr. President, and that is why I raise it to object. I need to have it on my desk as a sitting senator to be able to look at it and review it timely. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. I know I have, it was emailed since yesterday and a printed copy. Was here. Can we just take 1-minute recess and provide the senator with a physical copy of it? The session stands in recess for 1 minute. Ready? Colleagues, session is back on the record. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you are in possession of a physical copy of this amendment? No. So as a result, you think, which we circulated yesterday, that you have a physical copy in your possession right now. So we are prepared to move forward with the vote.
Mr. President, if
Well,
may I be recognized, Mr. President?
you're recognized, Senator.
Thank you so kindly. Mr. President, I was having some issues with my computer, and so it was keep on updating. So I did not have a electronic version of it, nor did the senator indicate that he was making this amendment. So I appreciate and I deeply thank you, Mr. President, for your wisdom and discernment for us to take a break. I respectfully withdraw my objection.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call on the bill as amended?
Test. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, we have 15 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0029, a resolution honoring and commending Sonia Howe, the creator of the St. Croix Crucian hook bracelet, as amended, has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next item in Block 1?
Bill number 36-0090, an act amending Title I, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, by adding Section 200M to declare the week beginning the Monday before the first Friday in June as the Virgin Islands Gun Violence Awareness Week.
Thank you very much. Can we please have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Nobel E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yeah. Senator Cord A. Viale. Senator Viale, not voting. Mr. President, we have 14 yeas and 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, bill number 36-0090, an act amending Title I, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, by adding Section 200M to declare the week beginning the Monday before the first Friday in June as the Virgin Islands Gun Violence Awareness Week, has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next item in Block 1?
Bill number 36-0097, a resolution commending the National Conference of State Legislatures, NCSL, on its 50th anniversary and recognizing NCSL for its commitment to the legislative institution.
Thank you very much. Can you please provide a roll call? Sorry.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator Angel L. Borges Jr. Senator Borges Jr., yeah. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yeah. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yeah. Senator Hubert L. Fredericks. Senator Frederick, yeah. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yeah. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yeah. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla Joseph, yeah. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yeah. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yeah. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yeah. Senator Cord A. Viale. Senator Viale, yeah. Mr. President, we have 15 years.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, bill number 36-0097, a resolution commending the National Conference of State Legislatures, NCSL, on its 50th anniversary and recognizing the NCSL for its commitment to the legislative institution, has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration and action. Colleagues, the session for Friday, June 27th, 2025 stands in recess for 30 minutes.
Hey!
Good afternoon, colleagues. The session for Friday, June 27, 2025 is back on the record. We are now in block number 2. Madam Clerk, can you please read the items in block number 2?
Block 2, consideration of bills. Bill number 36-0012, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, to streamline the GERS disability annuity approval procedures and for other related issues. Bill number 36-0024, an act amending Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 85, by adding Section 1710, declaring a person incapable of consent to sexual relations while the person is in police custody. Bill number 36-0027, an act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 1, Chapter 311, by enacting Janiqua's Law, requiring a defendant to pay restitution in form of child maintenance if the victim of the offense was the parent or guardian of a minor child or dependent, and if the defendant was convicted of negligent homicide by means of a motor vehicle, a violation of Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Section 504, while under the influence of or affected by intoxicating liquor or narcotic drugs, or was convicted of driving under the influence of intoxicating liquors or controlled substances, a violation of Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Section 493, which results in an accident that causes the victim to become disabled or totally and permanently disabled. Bill number 36-0031, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter 4, Section 1073, to exempt a public safety agency or privacy safety entity from liability for acts of negligence in the operation, administration, or maintenance of a 911 service unless the acts are committed in a grossly negligent manner or committed with willful intent. Bill number 36-0032, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Chapter 111, Section 3080, by limiting the salary amount used to compute the service retirement annuity for the governor and the lieutenant governor of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 36-0035, an act amending Title 15, Virgin Islands Code, Article 5, to allow the governor of the Virgin Islands to implement the federal mandate of the Stephen J. Beck, Jr., Achieving Better Life Experiences, which provides for the establishment of savings accounts for persons with disabilities. This concludes the reading of block number 2, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we will proceed with a 3-minute debate time. Senator Ahmed Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of several pieces in this block. As it relates to 36-0012, I definitely support that legislation. I had an opportunity to hear about it and discuss it in the relevant committee when it comes to dealing with GRS disability annuity and trying to basically clean up that situation, help with cost effectiveness as well. 36-0024, sexual relations with a person in police custody. For me, that's a no-brainer. If you're under arrest, you don't really have the right to make decisions at that moment, so you can't consent to any sexual activity. 36-0027, this was a definite plus. I think that any situation where someone does something negligent and causes some disability, especially utilizing vehicles and they're intoxicated or impaired, they should help to make sure that that child gets the necessary funding they need while they're being raised. 36-0031, this is my piece of legislation. This is a bill that has been brought forward to really assist with dealing with defining negligence and gross negligence. Sometimes our 911 operators in times of emergency. There might be simple human error versus people that might do things deliberately that could hurt people in our community. And depending on which one it is, actions will be taken accordingly. As it relates to 360032, annuity in regards to the governor and the lieutenant governor, I support this piece of legislation.
1 minute.
Basically limiting and putting a cap on what can be done in that regards. I mean, as a community and as leaders here in this territory, we are putting forward quite a bit of bills to really try to look to the future. A lot of these pieces of legislation are not targeting individuals, but more preparing and streamlining decisions that could potentially make adjustments financially for us so we could afford certain things in the future. And I think a cap for the retirement was definitely necessary, just like the employees have a cap. As it relates to 360035, I definitely support the premise of this this bill as amended. It was dealing with able and allowing for individuals with disabilities to really have an opportunity to deal with savings accounts and potentially protect them. And so while these monies are being held, they could also get additional benefits as well. So at the appropriate time, Mr. President, I will vote on these measures accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in support of all the measures in this block. Definitely bill number 360012. This bill tends to save GRS some money and at the same time expedite the process for disabilities folks. Sometimes wait 3-4 months. Sometimes you get disabled and if you got to wait 4 months and more to even collect a check, that creates some hardship. So those are the two things that this piece of measure definitely does, and I support it wholeheartedly. Bill number 360024. Definitely anyone that is in custody and even law enforcement should not be trying to engage in these type of behavior. So this measure is to make sure that these type of behavior doesn't happen. We also be professional in whatever endeavor or job we are doing and stay professional at all time. Bill number 360027. This bill definitely I supported Janiqua a lot, and you know, I just happen to be one of those persons who lost a family member from a drunk driver, and it's saddened because in that case, the drunk driver pretty much walked away. Pretty much walked away. Won the case because of the government not doing their part. So this touched me when I hear this, and sometimes it could be the upper side, it could be an older person. So we definitely make sure that if this happened, they're found guilty, they'll take care of these children or children, whoever is alive. Bill number 360031. Definitely with their 911 service and neglect is very serious. When someone goes out of the way, out of their duty to create hardship and doesn't execute persons who's calling for assistance, is a serious fact. And again, you have a job, do your job. Don't do beyond your job to create hardship for anyone. At the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, will definitely support all these measures, and the cap, bill number 360032, definitely must have a cap. The other day I listened to one of the radio stations that spoke, well, the senators don't have cap. We have increments. So people always believe that when the senator works 3 years, you get a full pension. Nothing like that. So each year that you work, your percentage goes up a little bit more. Someone believes that you're going to get his full pension. It's a whole different ballgame. You need to put in 20.
30 seconds.
And I don't think 20 is going to happen again. We probably had about 3 senators that did that. I don't think we're going to see anyone doing 20 again. So this definitely is a measure that needs to be had because we have things in place to make sure that if a senator going to get that full pension, you're going to put in some time to get it. At the appropriate time, I'll be supporting all of these measures, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. 20, I halfway there. Give me a good incentive. Thank you. Mr. President, I stand in support of all of these bills in this block. And a couple of them, as a police for 26 years, when you're in custody of somebody, it means just that you become the parent, you become the everything for that person. So to try to get somebody to consent to having sex, male or female, is morally wrong and is definitely unprofessional. So I support the sponsor of that bill and thank you for that. Kudos. The Janiqua Act, I think my colleague put the nail into it when he actually brought it out and sold it to us, because really and truly didn't have to sell it to us. But I think the way it was presented, in addition to the things that happen in right now, presently, where people could kill someone and then they get off the hook, basically, to put this here and the passion that my colleague had in bringing this bill, I think is what really got all of us. So I don't expect anything less than 15 years for that one in particular. To exempt Bill 6/0031 to exempt public safety and private agencies, private safety entities and liability acts and negligence. 911 operators make a call and they may give a wrong direction. We may extend the time out. And I think to hold them liable because of the great job that they do. And at one point, we had the conversation up as to whether 911 employees should be considered first responders.
1 minute.
They hold people's lives in their hands. So give them a little leeway, work with them on negligent issues, not gross negligence. So again, I stand in support of all of these bills in this block. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bills in this block. In reference to, I'm going to start here with Janiqua's law. I fully support the bill. I have an amendment for it. I'm ready to defend it. And it defines a dependent with disabilities in the amendment that has been circulated. And it also expresses a situation where a minor, particularly for the sake of this discussion, you have a 17-year-old child who has a disability and lost both parents in a car accident. And the non-surviving, non-custodial parent stops paying after 1 year, claiming that they've met their obligation. However, the dependent still needs personal care, medication, and assistance of basic needs. Without this, no parent, no support system. What are we saying about dependents with disabilities that go through a situation like this? And in the amendment, it's very clear. It says that the court may order child maintenance payments to continue for the duration of the disability or for such a time as the court finds reasonable and necessary. We can get into that a little later if we need to. And for the period of restitution. So, we can go and debate when the time comes if we have to, if that needs to be necessary. But I wanted to touch on that because I believe it's a very important amendment to help in the area of individuals with disabilities.
1 minute.
And again, I rise in support of all the measures in this block. And I also want to express strong support as well for the ABLE Act implementation. I said it before. I feel like it was a monumental piece of legislation in the same area as well. In addition to the sanitation penalty increases, and as the health and sanitation violations of the Virgin Islands have not been touched since 1949, we do need to
30 seconds.
Update them. There's a sliding scale, a full comprehensive framework. We worked with NEHA. We worked with the Commissioner of the Department of Health, their legal team, and many others. So definitely looking to support all the measures at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Angel Bolquez Jr. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon, listening and viewing audience, colleagues, my wonderful office staff, central staff. Good afternoon, all. Mr. President, I support all the bills in this block. I think I mentioned a couple of them in my haste prior, so I'm not going to be redundant. Okay. But these are important pieces of impactful legislation, I think, that would help our community improve its standing in terms of how we're being treated and how the less fortunate are being treated. People often argue that we're not doing anything, but look at the value of some of these pieces of legislation. We're doing things. We're making things happen. And it begins right here today when we pass these measures, because not one of these measures here appear to be frivolous. I support them all, and I ask my colleagues to support these measures. And the listening and viewing audience, listen carefully how each and every one of these measures will affect you or your family. Shaniqua's Law is imperative that we finally start having accountability when irresponsible behavior occurs. If you want to get drunk, you want to get high, you take your chances. You could permanently injure someone or kill someone, and someone has to pay for that. It is not fair for the rest of our community to take up that full responsibility. So this is where accountability comes in, and I'm proud to be a part of this. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Novell Francis Jr., you are recognized for your, I'm sorry, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you are recognized for your 3 minutes. I apologize.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and you're forgiven. I want to rise in support of all the measures in Block 2 of today's agenda. I specifically want to highlight that many of them seek to establish some type of relief for persons who have been injured or disabled, the least among us. I really want to applaud the sponsors of each one of these legislations for standing tall to protect and provide assistance in a way for our people who are disabled, who can't speak up for themselves in certain areas, specifically, especially with GRS disability. I had a personal encounter with my mother when she was disabled, and it took her almost a year to collect her GRS annuity. And in that space of a time, family had to come in and support. So definitely, this is a very incredible move to provide that level of streamlining to assist our government workers who are disabled, when they become disabled, to get the annuity and collect their annuity. I also signed on that legislation, Bill 360012. I also signed on Bill 360024, 360027, 360031. And these deal with, of course, the one with individuals who are in custody cannot consent with sexual relation to a person, to the police officer. This is very important because persons sometimes feel as though they are entrapped and they don't have any choice in the matter. And so this gives them at least a level of protection while they are incarcerated or in custody of the police. I also wanted to commend the sponsor for the Shaniqua Law because, you know, if you pay some type of restitution for injuring a person while you are drunk and and disorderly and
30
they're
seconds.
injured, you should pay something. You are now a person, you're not operating well. So, and this child become injured. So I'm in full support of that. And also any type of negligence for person who are committing any type of negligence with 911. And I want to note the Stephen J. Beck Jr. Achieving Better Life Experiences. It presents an opportunity for persons who are disabled.
Time.
For Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I'm going to wrap up.
Yes,
to collect and have a mechanism of protection within our government for processing those payments to those individuals who are disabled. So I rise in support of all of the measures in this block. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the leeway.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Now, Senator Noel Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. And good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I too rise in support of all of the measures in this particular block, and I want to take the opportunity to commend my colleagues for their stick-to-itiveness and tenacity in bringing these bills forward. Obviously, they have exhausted the process, the committee process. They went into the clearinghouse of the Rules and Judiciary and now before us in final session. Bill 36-0012, of course, that speaks to the GRS disability annuity, you know. Tip O'Neill talk about all politics being local. Only when you're in a situation you know and could appreciate the work that has gone into moving these legislation forward to address some of the concerns and quality of life issues confronting our community. So, you know, in this bill, again, it shortens and streamlines the time by which the GRS annuity, disability annuity could be taken care of and allow for annuitants to be able to collect in a timely fashion. So certainly I commend and look forward to the passage of that bill. Bill number 36-0027, the Janiqua law, again, that is a very, very important piece of legislation. I commend my colleague brother for moving this legislation forward and recognizing the contribution that's made to moving this bill on. Once again, you know, we don't understand the dynamics of families when these things happen. We just see the surface. We believe that the arrest and even when justice is served, that is final. You know, we leave families in quagmire. We leave families frustrated. We had a case in point just recently where, again, the AG's office lost that case. And, you know, it was a very emotional case that have left the family in a tailspin. And, you know, I don't know that the community could appreciate the impact of these cases and how important it is for us to be able to follow these things through. So I believe that the benefit of being able to at least compensate this child as a result of that injury is commendable. Of course, Bill number 36-0035, the Stephen J. Beck, Achieving Better Life Experiences. Again, a bill that addresses issues of persons with disability being able to establish an account that will be able to allow for this child to continue to see some level of independence moving forward and not be penalized because they have a couple of dollars and not be able to receive the benefits that may be eligible for, such as SNAP, Medicaid, and Medicare. Again, this bill has been supported by the Individuals with Disability Council and others as moving this bill forward. And as a matter of fact, I'm the sponsor on this particular piece of legislation. So again, as my time wrap up, I support all of the measures in this particular block. Time, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Noel E. Francis Jr. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Mr. President, I too rise in support of the bills in this block. Bill number 36-0012, streamlining the GRS disability annuity. I feel that this is a win-win. It wins for the employer because that way you get a chance to be able to fill a well-needed position and not have to wait in limbo because a person cannot go ahead and receive their annuity. Bill number 360024, this measure protects individuals in custody. Like I said, being part of the Rules Committee and listening to the testimony earlier through Chief Hodge here at St. Thomas, she made it clear that, yes, the VIPD might have all the prerequisites in place, but there are other agencies that have peace officers at this time, so it's something to be across the board. Bill number 360027, Janiqua law, again, it's something real fear to know that if you lost a loved one and you have young children to be taken care of by somebody who was negligent or decide to operate a vehicle after being under the influence. I thank the bill sponsor too for offering such a good piece of legislation.
1 minute.
Bill number 360031, a measure that has addressed concern to protect employees while they're properly doing their job. So it's a fair measure, and again, most of my time that I spend here on the floor, I speak about being fair, and if you didn't violate, you shouldn't be penalized. Bill number 360032, this measure seeks to limit the annuity for governors and judges as well, which this is a very important piece of legislation because every other government employee that served this government is capped at the percentage from 65% based on your annuity. So having this in place, going forward, Mr. President, can I continue, please?
Yes, sir.
Having this in place is really important. It, again, brings that word fair and equality back to a system that was raking to go out of control. Bill number 350035, parent of a child with a disability can breathe easier as they now have a mechanism to save for their child or children without tax implication. I am a proud sponsor, and my staff work closely with Senator Francis and Senator James along with Senator Bailey staff. So again, thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Senator Marie C. James, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of the bills in this block. I'll start with the bill that implements the federal mandate of the Stephen J. Beck Achieving Better Life Experiences. I too am a sponsor of that bill. I worked closely with Senator Francis and Senator Joseph and Senator Vialet. My staff member actually came up with the majority of language for this. I'm going to give her a lot of credit today because you have to give credit where credit is due. I want to also say that the other measures, the GERS disability annuity approval procedures, that are streamlined are very important because it helps our workers, retirees. I'm going to jump to the bill number 36-0032 that I will not support because, and I'm going to say this, we often hear words like parity, fairness, equity, and economic justice in this chamber. But we must be careful not to use these terms loosely or conveniently. If we don't truly understand the meaning, or worse, if we apply them selectively, we do a disservice to the very principles they stand for. Let me be clear. Placing a $65,000 cap on the pension of rank and file government employees while allowing the governor and the lieutenant governor to exceed the cap is not parity. It's not fairness, it's not equity, and it is certainly not economic justice. We surely cannot change the retirement pension of the sitting governor, Governor Bryan, and Lieutenant Governor Roach, or the ones before them. But I want to say this to this legislature specifically. Parity means treating similar situations similarly. It means applying rules uniformly, regardless of status or title. There is no justification for affording executive-level officials more generous retirement benefits than lifelong public servants who dedicate 20, 25, or even 30 years in government. And the answer is not to tell me that because John DeYoung and Albert Bryan are going to collect
30 seconds.
$120,000 a year means that we should continue. So we need to put anybody who wants to be governor and lieutenant governor in 2026, that they should not be collecting that retirement pension. That's where the parity lies. These are positions of service, not personal enrichment. Public trust must be earned, not rewarded with benefits that exceed the system's limits. No, not at all.
Time.
If you are, may I continue? If we
Yes,
are,
you may, Senator.
Thank you. If we are serious, I'm looking at the candidates for governor and lieutenant governor. I just letting the public know. If we are serious about fiscal responsibility and about fairness for all government workers, then our policies must reflect that. This same cap of $65,000 should apply to all of those of you who want to be governor and lieutenant governor in 2026. That is true parity. That is real equity. And that is the only path to economic justice. So before the end of the 36th legislature, I hope that we will do the right thing, the legal thing, the ethical thing, and the moral thing. And you know what? The thing, like we were saying, Crucian, right? Mm-hmm. Do the right thing.
T-A-N-G.
You know what? I'm not going to take up any more time. I'll end on that note. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice C. James. Senator Ray Fonseca, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Well, Sir Popa, do the right thing. You heard it there from the female senator in red and black. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time. And I too rise in support of all of these bills in block number 2. The GRS disability annuity, check. The Virgin Islands Bill number 360031, liability for negligence of act, removing that for 911, check. Bill 360032, limiting the salary amount used for computing the retirement service annuity for the governor, lieutenant governor, check. I wanted to discuss bill number 36-0035. That's the Stephen J. Beck Able Act, permits eligible individuals with disabilities to establish tax advantage saving accounts known as ABLE accounts to cover qualified disability-related expenses such as education, housing, and health care. These accounts allow for greater financial independence while preserving eligibility for public assistance program. Yes, they'll still be able to collect food stamp and SNAP and thing. Of course, bill number 36-0024, I'd like to thank my colleagues. That is dealing with the consent in police custody. And this bill is not about making assumptions nor targeting our law enforcement community, who we deeply respect and rely on every day. The VIPD has a good record in this area, as my colleague in purple said today, but there's some other agencies that may not. So this bill recognizes a basic truth that power dynamics matter.
1 minute.
When someone is in custody, handcuffed, confined, and dependent on the decisions of a law enforcement officer, that person is not in a position to give free and voluntary consent to any sexual act. So this bill closes a loophole that has allowed abuse to hide behind claims of sexual consent.
30 seconds.
Consent must be meaningful, and when a person is under arrest or in custody, the power imbalance that any law enforcement official has will render sexual consent invalid. Bill number 36-0024 protects the vulnerable, and it upholds the integrity of our legal institutions and reaffirms our collective commitment to justice, equity, and human decency. So at the appropriate time, I'm in favor of all of these bills in Block 2, and we thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I vote yes for all of the bills in this block, for sure. In respect to Bill number 36.0012 and Bill number 36.0027, they both deal with individuals with disabilities. One deals with approval when it comes to procedures and processes in terms of streamlining the process when it comes to the GRS system, and the next one deals with individuals to pay restitution for those victims who become disabled or totally and permanently disabled. So I definitely will be supporting both of those legislation. I am the sponsor of some of these bills in this block. When it comes to bill number 36.0032, I will be supporting that bill, but as a matter of fact, I have an amendment that's going to change the governor and lieutenant governor percentage to the GRS system from 9% to 15% like we do pay here as senators, and I think it's only fair and right, because it's never too late to do the right thing. And also the Stephen J. Beck Jr. Achieving Better Life Experiences, definitely is a very good bill. And it's for persons also with disability. And like I said, I will be supporting all the bills in this block, Mr. President. And thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. As it pertains to Bill number 36.0012, an act amending Title III, streamlining the GRS disability annuity, that's a no-brainer. That one was properly vetted in committee, and I did support it all the way to today. And I'm going to continue supporting it. 36.024, a person incapable of consent. Again, I restate, while we never had a situation in the Virgin Islands, I mean, I'm never saying that it could never happen, but it's better to have it on the books and don't need it than to need it and don't have it. So I do support it. The Giniquas Law Bill, full support and the sponsor of that bill. I did sign on to be a co-sponsor. The act, sorry. The act, the Public Safety Agency Bill, yes, I did support it all the way in committee, all the way here. The act limiting the salary amount used to compute the service retirement annuity for the governor and lieutenant governor. I didn't support it in rules, and I'm definitely not supporting it today again. An act amending title, no. That's it. So, Mr. President, at the appropriate time, I'll be voting accordingly for each bill.
Well, thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to all. Before I speak on the measures in Block 2, I want to publicly commend the governor for his action and not pushing forward and fighting this matter with regards to our override. I must say, congratulations, colleagues. This is a win for the people of the Virgin Islands. I surrender all. I would not sing it, I told you. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in full support of all 6 bills presented in Block 2 here. These measures simply touch critical aspects of governance, ranging from increased efficiency to stronger public safety protections and greater fiscal responsibility. As I can see here, notably, one bill seeks to streamline the GRS disability annuity approval process, which is a long overdue step towards improving service and accountability for our retirees. And I'll ask the little crew in the corner to please, colleagues. Thank you. We also have 2 essential public safety measures. One rightly establishes that a person in police custody is incapable of consenting to sexual relations, reinforcing the integrity of our law enforcement system. This only strengthens it because the police department, again, has all the bells and whistles to address this matter. But I, again, applaud the sponsor of the bill. Another enacts the Janiquas law. Thank you all for signing on to it, and those of you still contemplating signing on, the measure that requires that any defendant convicted of a negligent homicide by motor vehicle or while driving under the influence pay child maintenance, which is an important step towards justice and support for impacted families. Further, we're taking action to protect our public safety agencies and private sector partners who act in good faith while serving our community. Additionally, I fully support the bill that promotes sound fiscal oversight by limiting the salary amount used to calculate the service retirement annuity for both the governor and lieutenant governor of the Virgin Islands. This measure is both prudent and definitely necessary. I also want to take a quick moment to thank and congratulate this legislative body again for standing united earlier today in overriding the governor's veto on 2 critical measures, the first being the executive salary increases, and secondly, the minimum wage increase from $27,000 to $35,000.
Time.
That action, if I may conclude right here, Mr. President, that action speaks volume to our commitment to equity and responsible leadership. However, should the need arise, which we don't see it arising now because of we got word that the governor has conceded, but the legislature was putting itself, readying itself to take this matter further to the 3rd branch. So again, congratulations to all, and I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Colleagues, I also rise in support of all of the bills in this second block, beginning with Bill number 36-0012, an act amending Title III of the Virgin Islands Code to streamline the GRS disability annuity approval procedures. As you know, the process of navigating the GRS disability maze can be challenging at times, and it is even more challenging when you are suffering from a significant disability. So when you are at your lowest point, at your most vulnerable point, waiting for your annuity check to commence, the extra hurdles and extra barriers that are placed before you can be very, very challenging. This bill seeks to eliminate those challenges. It is practical. It addresses real life situations that the members of this community have been dealing with for decades. So it solves real practical problems. So I want to really thank my colleagues for supporting me on this issue as the author of this bill. Like I said, it is impactful legislation that solves a real existing problem. Bill number 36-0024, an act amending Title 14 by declaring that a person is incapable of consent to sexual relations. I mean, it is a wise and practical bill that aligns with the federal law. Clearly, just the whole imbalance of power between law enforcement and detainee
1 minute.
fundamentally undermines the possibility of someone being able to give their genuine voluntary consent to sexual relations. So the bill is sound, and it closes any sort of questions or loopholes regarding that. Those who are entrusted with law enforcement powers should be held to the highest ethical standards. So I fully support that. I commend my colleagues also for Bill number 36-0027, which will be known henceforth as Janiqua's Law, and holding persons who are negligent and reckless in their behavior that does harm to persons who have surviving children. They are now going to be accountable to that victim for a specified period of time. That is real, practical legislation that holds individuals who are reckless in their actions accountable.
Time.
So I fully support that. I fully support the other remaining bills in this block. Obviously, at the appropriate time, my vote will be yes. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have exhausted our debate time, all debate time in this second block. So I'm going to ask you, Madam Chair, can you please call up, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, can you please call up the first item in the block?
Bill number 36-0012, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, to streamline the GERS disability annuity approval procedures and for other related issues.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Fredericks. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Jonas Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator
Yes.
Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, we have 15 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0012, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, to streamline the GERS disability annuity approval procedures and for other related issues, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next item?
Bill number 36-0024, an act amending Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 85, by adding Section 1710, declaring a person incapable of consent to sexual relations while the person is in police custody.
Thank you very much. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your motion. Or is it an amendment? Please recognize Senator Ray Fonseca's microphone.
Amendment?
Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your amendment.
Yes, Mr. President. I move amendment number 36-434 to Bill number 36-0024. Bill number 36-0024 is amended by inserting the following section 2. Within 90 days after the passage of this act, the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands shall develop and submit to the Legislature of the Virgin Islands a comprehensive sexual abuse policy for all law enforcement officers that is consistent with applicable federal standards and guidelines. The policy established by the Attorney General shall include provisions for reporting, investigating, prosecution, conviction, and penalties of suspected sexual abuse by law enforcement officers. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Fonseca, seconded by Senator Blyden and Senator Dwayne D. Graff. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Madam Chair, can you please read the bill as amended? Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call on the bill as amended? Sorry.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, we have 15 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0024, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 85, by adding Section 1710, declaring a person incapable of consent to sexual relations while the person is in police custody, as amended, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further action and consideration. Madam Clerk, can you please read the next item in the block?
Bill number 36-0027, an act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 1, Chapter 311, by enacting Janiqua's law requiring a defendant to pay restitution in form of child maintenance if the victim of the offense was a parent or guardian of a minor child or dependent, and if the dependent was convicted of negligent homicide by means of a motor vehicle, a violation of Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Section 504, while under the influence of or affected by intoxicating liquor or narcotic drugs, or was convicted of driving under the influence of intoxicating liquors or controlled substances, a violation of Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Section 493, which results in an accident that causes the victim to become disabled or totally and permanently disabled.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Can we please have a roll call? Sorry. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move amendment number 36-349, amendment to bill number 36-0027, offered by Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. Bill number 36-0027, Section 1, Internal Section 3677 is amended as follows. A, in subsection B, insert the following paragraph 4. 4, dependent with disabilities means a person who, due to medically documented physical or mental condition, is substantially limited in one or more major life activities and is unable to live independently or provide for their own care and support. And B, in subsection C, insert the following paragraph 3. 3, if the minor child or dependent is determined by the court to be a dependent with disabilities and incapable of self-support beyond the age of 19, the court may order child maintenance payments continue for the duration of the disability or for such a time that the court finds reasonable and necessary. In making the determination, the court shall consider medical documentation, the extent of the disability, the dependent's living arrangements, and the availability of public or private assistance. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Angel Bolkes, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden and Senator Ray Fonseca. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk, can we please have a roll call on the bill as amended?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., nay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, we have 13 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, bill number 36-0027, an act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 1, Chapter 311, by enacting Janiqua's law requiring a defendant to pay restitution in the form of child maintenance if the victim of the offense was the parent or guardian of a minor child or dependent, and if the dependent was convicted of negligent homicide by means of a motor vehicle, a violation of the Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Section 504, while under the influence of or affected by intoxicating liquor or narcotic drugs, or was convicted of driving under the influence of intoxicating liquors or controlled substances, a violation of Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Section 493, which results in an accident that causes the victim to become disabled or totally and permanently disabled, as amended, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further action and consideration. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next item in Block 2?
Bill number 36-0031, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter 4, Section 1073, to exempt a public safety agency or private safety entity from liability for acts of negligence in the operation, administration, and maintenance of a 911 service unless the acts are committed in a grossly negligent manner or are committed with willful intent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Can we please have a roll call on the item?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Noble E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Fredericks. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Cord A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, 15 years.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0031, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter 4, Section 1073, to exempt a public safety agency or private safety entity from liability for acts of negligence in the operation, administration, or maintenance of a 911 service unless the acts are committed in a grossly negligent manner or are committed with willful intent, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further action and consideration. Madam Clerk, can you please read the next item in the block?
Bill number 36-0032, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Chapter 111, Section 3080, by limiting the salary amount used to compute the service retirement annuity for the governor and the lieutenant governor of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can we please have a roll call on the item? We have amendments. Are there amendments on this? No amendments? Madam Clerk, can you please have a roll call on this bill?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Noble E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, nay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, we have 13 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0032, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Chapter 111, Section 3080, by limiting the salary amount used to compute the service retirement annuity for the Governor and the Lieutenant Governor of the Virgin Islands, have been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the final item in this block?
Bill number 36-0035, an act amending Title 15, Virgin Islands Code, Article 5, to allow the Governor of the Virgin Islands to implement the federal mandate of Stephen J. Beck, Jr., Achieving Better Life Experiences, which provides for the establishment of savings accounts for persons with disabilities.
Thank you very much. Can we please have a roll call? Sorry.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Borges, Jr. Senator Borges, Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novel E. Francis, Jr. Senator Francis, Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Fredericks. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Jr. Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Middleton Potter.
Yes.
Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. President, we have 15 yeas.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0035, an act amending Title 15 Virgin Islands Code, Article 5, to allow the Governor of the Virgin Islands to implement the federal mandate of the Stephen J. Beck, Jr., Achieving Better Life Experiences, which provides for the establishment of savings accounts for persons with disability, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the Governor for further consideration and action. Colleagues, that is the final bill in Block 2. We will take a brief 5-minute recess. Colleagues, good afternoon. We are back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please proceed with reading the agenda for the final block of the day?
Block number 3, consideration of bills. Bill number 36-0043, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 6, Chapter 53, Subchapter 4, Section 1481, by increasing the penalties for violation of sanitation laws. Bill number 36-0050, an act repealing and reenacting with amendments Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 20, relating to the regulation of the profession of social work and social workers. Bill number 36-0051, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 20, by establishing the Virgin Islands Board of Social Work licensure. Bill number 36-0057, an act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 314, Section 3733, Subsection A, to require automatic expungement of the arrest record and complaint or information when the accused has been acquitted. Bill number 36-0064, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 111, Section 3100I, aligning the disbursement and spending limitations of funds allotted to public schools from the Education Initiative Fund with the realities of academic planning, ensuring that funds used to maximize student success.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you may proceed with your 3 minutes debate time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. I would like to take this time out to speak on 36-0043 as it relates to the violation of sanitation laws. That is a little bit self-explanatory. I was a little bit happy during the committee discussion. We did have some conversation on creating a system that was more palatable as opposed to jumping from one smaller number to a greater number instantaneously. 36-0051, we definitely have to support our social workers as they are sometimes our first face of dealing with human issues here in our territory. And anything that we can do to support them, I am in support of, as well as 36-0051 in regards to the Virgin Islands Board of Social Work licensure. As it relates to Bill 36-0057, this piece of legislation I worked on in regards to automatic expungement. We have people here in the territory that have gone to court, have been acquitted of a crime, and they still have to turn around and try to scrape up and find monies to whether find an organization or attorney to then go and petition the court to tell the court, go ahead and expunge my record. Our laws require, if a petition is made, that the record is expunged. So what we're doing, we're not changing the law. We are simply saying that instead of people having to go find monies to clear their name, it is automatically done once they're acquitted. I have an amendment coming forward to also add to the code that people that have dismissals with prejudice, meaning that it can never come again, it's dismissed, completely dismissed with prejudice, that also can be expunged because it's basically the same identical thing. And finally, in this block, dealing with the disbursement of limitation in public education funds, I have no issues with 36-0064.
1 minute.
I want to spend my last minute speaking a little bit on the override that happened earlier today with these pay raises. I want to thank my colleague for the unanimous override. I think this was an example, not only in civics, but also of watching a community come together to push against something that we felt that was wrong. I know today we also saw in the media where the governor said he's not going to be taking us to court. But I will caution this institution that while the governor said he's not taking us to court, he never said that he was not going to take those raises like he already is. At no point did he say he's going to return anything. So I am more of the premise that his attitude is leave it alone, and until the legislature makes the decision to verify if I've returned these monies or even does anything, let them be the ones to take me to court. Now, I am a hopeful optimistic. I hope this is not the case.
Time.
But I always try to have some preemptive measure. So as a body, we need to stay vigilant when it comes to this matter. So I want to close and say thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and I will vote accordingly when the time comes.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. President. At the appropriate time, I'll be supporting all the measures in this block. I definitely support Bill number 360043, but I also support and hope that the enforcement will take place. Many times we pass this measure inside here and good bills, but the enforcement part don't happen. So increasing the penalties for these violations is a good thing. Making sure that you execute, go out there and enforce it is the most important part about this. Our community can't stay looking like the rags. We have to make sure that we do our part. I definitely want to speak about bill number 360057, that expungement. It's important that this happen. Folks are spending money, especially with the amendment that my colleagues are going to be, the part with prejudice. Imagine it's dismissed with prejudice, meaning it's not going to come back again, but still you will have to go to the court and sometimes hire an attorney to clear your record. Folks go around trying to get a job, they can't get a job because these things are on their record. I remember having to do one myself. And I was blessed that when I went to get employment at the district court, they took me for my ward based on the information I had from my case. But if they did not, because of something that was on my record, that should have been already come off of my record, might have never gotten that job. So I could understand this. I can see how many young people who have charges that was dismissed with prejudice, for whatever reason, the case didn't have the punch to complete, but yet they're holed up with their life. So I really appreciate my colleague bringing this measure, and at the appropriate time, I'll be supporting all of them. And colleague, the law is the law, and I think the governor is going to be a law-abiding citizen, and he's going to do what's right and make sure that he stop the money and reimburse to the people. The people have spoken, not just the legislature. The people have spoken. And as leaders, we have to respect the people that we ask for their support to put us inside here and represent them to the full intent. At the appropriate time, I'll be supporting all these measures, Mr. President. But I definitely want to speak about one more thing with this last minute. A geriatric bill that I passed back in the 34th legislature was passed unanimously in this body. It was signed into law by the governor. We didn't have to override this. It wasn't vetoed. But today now the governor take this measure back to court, challenging it, saying that the legislature have overstretched our authority.
30 seconds.
The governor like to tell us reading is fundamental. Well, I say to you, Governor, when you sign it, reading is fundamental. And when you sign it into law, you should have known what you were signing. To now come and challenge this measure is a shame, because certain individual applied. Let's be fair, and I sure hope that the court show the judge that we're not being biased. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 states that has geriatric and medical parole. 17. The Virgin Islands is not the first. I'm quite sure we're not going to be the last. If I could continue on this, to wrap up right here, Mr. Chair.
You may wrap up, Senator.
The last committee hearing we had with the Bureau of Correction, the question was asked, is there anyone in the Bureau that is eligible for medical parole? The director said no. Under my line of questioning, I asked the director, is there an inmate under your custody that is bedridden? She said yes. I asked a second question to that. Does that individual has a detainer on him? She responded yes again. Detainer is basically an immigration hold on the individual that they don't be released and will be turned over to immigration. Now, under the medical parole, once this person is sent and get medical parole and release, immigration now takes over. And they start paying for the housing, the medical, and everything for that individual. Yet the Virgin Islands government is paying this lump sum burden in taking care of someone who is bedridden. Let's let this measure go through. Let the Bureau of Correction do what they need to do. Let the parole board do what they need to do and get that relief from the Bureau. It's a costly endeavor holding some of these individuals that can't do nothing for themselves, especially those with detainer. They get sent back to their country. Government doesn't have to pay for this, and if they stay, the federal government takes the charge. With that, I say thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for that additional time, and I sure hope the governor do comply with what the law is.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. You know, I stand in support of all these bills in this block, especially Bill number 36-0057, an act amending Title V, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 314, Section 3733, subsection A, to require automatic expungement of arrest record and complaint or information when the accused has been acquitted. I think it's only fair. You know, we're here, the people see us on TV and they see us talk and we represent the law, but they don't see the times when you see this meeting is in recess and we go in the back and we explain our differences and we come to one head. And I think today in doing these two overrides that we did shows that as a body, in my 9 years in the Senate, this is what I joined the Senate for. We could agree to disagree, but we're going to represent the people. And today we held one head, 15 yes to override something that wasn't right, and 15 yes to override giving the people, government employees, from $27,040 to $35,000. It's funny how the governors, according to what the personnel director said, the governor's NOPA was $201,000. What comes in your second term? 5% added. 5% added to 201. We still got people making $27,000, and you veto people making $35,000. Come on, man. Again, let's put our people before, during, and after. People first. That's why we're here. We're here because of votes. We're here because of people putting us here. And it was a pleasure to see my colleagues put 15 yes
1 minute.
and 0 no. Now we just have to look at the private sector and work on them and make it parity. That's been a nice word I've been hearing all day. Parity for the territory. Okay? But again, the people haven't seen the behind closed doors, the bantering and the agreement and the disagreement, to come out here and stand before you and say, hey, today, June 27, 2025, we held one head, we stood together, and I'm proud of my colleagues. Thank you for a job well done. My minority colleagues, I didn't get to do a report, but the minority colleagues, we have been attending every meeting. We may be a little ill, we may be a little unhealthy 100%, but we're here in the mix because we see our majority colleagues doing the same thing. They're here in the mix every day. We're here to support. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator Angel Volquez Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought you were going to call me Angus. But I just wanted to reiterate the sentiments of my previous colleagues. We have had a very productive day here at the Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and I want to commend you all, colleagues, for all of your hard work and efforts with all of the pieces of legislation before us today. And as we continue to do the people's work, I must say that I rise in support of all the measures in this block, and I'm very proud of Bill number 36-0043, the sanitation laws update. We've worked very hard on this piece of legislation with the Department of Health, with NEHA, which is the National Environmental Health Association, along with the Legal Counsel Division of the Office of the Commissioner of Health, and of course with very important input from you, my colleagues, during the deliberations of this bill. During its first hearing, colleagues did express ultimately some of the suggestions or specific concerns that they had, and that is all part of the process, as we are a deliberative body, and it is very important for us to have these type of discussions so that we can be proud of something that we work on together. Two negatives become a positive in mathematics, so it's not always a bad thing. Concerning 36-0050, the social work licensing reform, it modernizes how we license and regulate social workers. They are some of the most important people in our society when it comes to dealing with individuals who need counseling and support. So I commend the bill sponsor for all of his efforts there, along with the companion bill concerning the board itself, and of course taking it a step further by establishing a formal board to oversee the social work licensure of the Virgin Islands.
1 minute.
Of course, the expungement upon acquittal, and there is an amendment that the bill sponsor is bringing, a very good amendment, just to make sure that everything comes full circle and whole when it comes to making sure, assuring that the rights of those individuals in due process is accounted for. As for the Educational Initiative Fund bill, which is something that has been a big issue for many instructors and teachers for many years. I do remember Miss Principal Bully on the island of St. John, when she was the principal of Sproul School on St. John a matter of years ago. She did express a lot of the challenges that she had in Julius Sproul School with that same fund and the issues, whereas she was not able to access it at specific times throughout the year. And of course, it was a big setback, so I want to commend the bill sponsor for bringing that. I have signed on to that measure as well, too, and look forward to voting in the affirmative for all of the measures in this block, Mr. President. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Senator Hubert L. Fredericks, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon again, colleagues, the listening and viewing audience, my awesome staff, and of course, Central staff, second to none. I would like to give my support to all the measures in this block. I think they're very sound. We've had a lot of discussions about them. They've been vetted, and all of them seem to fit my standard of excellence, so I will be supporting each and every one of them. Particularly bill number 36-0043, which talks about increasing penalties for the violation of our sanitation laws. There's no reason why anyone should be not paying their fair share. Sanitation is not free. Trash is not free. Waste is not free. We have to start paying what we produce. No one likes to pay, but unfortunately, the government is running out of deficit, so we have to start paying. Bill number 36-0050 in relations to professional social work and social worker amendments, reenacting the amendments to improve that, I am all for. Anything that would make our society easier to function, I'm 100% supportive of those measures. Bill number 36-0057, relating to expungement of someone's record who's been acquitted or arrested. This should have been the law a long time ago. When you're arrested, your rights are then taken away. and you become a ward of the state, so to speak, without formally being charged, you should have your full rights restored if they found out that you were not, in fact, guilty of anything. This should have been automatic years ago. So I'm glad that finally we got to this point today that this measure is going to pass, and I'm proud of my colleagues for bringing it forward. Let's do the right thing. I want to speak about one thing before I wrap up. I want to talk about something that happened yesterday in reference to when I asked the director of personnel about where did she come up with the money, or where did they come up with the money to pay for the raises for the governor. I was concerned by the response. She said the money came from office vacancy savings.
30 seconds.
And whatever they already had in their approved budgets. And I was confused because I'm like, I thought this body was the one that handled the purse string of government. If an agency could come up with monies arbitrarily just like that based on a budget that we approve and we don't know about it, that is a problem. Are these vacancies, these positions that they're bringing to us every day, well, every time they come before us, are they phantom positions or are they legitimate positions? So when they come before you as a department and they said, oh, we need to hire 20 people right away, we're desperate. Do they really need to hire 20 people? Or are they finding ways to save money to use for something else and then come back and say, well, yeah, we couldn't find anyone, the positions never got filled, so we used the money for something else.
Time.
That made me very nervous, Mr. President, if I could just finish up that thought.
Yes, you may.
So now, being a new senator, I am very much going to be watching this closely because we need every dime we could get. We got $30 million to come up with to pay for health insurance. We have retro to pay still. We have tax return to pay still. We have vendors we haven't paid. We have to take this serious. You know, bragging about having a $1.7 billion budget and you can't pay your bills, that's not something to brag about. So I'm just preaching to the choir, but for those people who understand the feeling, know that we are working hard to find this money so we could pay our bills. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I rise in support of all of the measures within this block. In fact, I have signed on 4 of the 5 measures that are in this block. I want to first talk about Bill number 36-0057, which deals with the expungement. I had the opportunity to work with young people who were touched by the judicial system. And at one point, one of the arrests was dismissed, but this young man carried on his police record for a number of years this arrest, which prevented him from actually gaining employment. We had to work tirelessly to get it removed. And he had us working, so it didn't cost him anything. But what about those other persons who don't have a team of counselors and program managers behind them? So I definitely signed on this because everybody may get touched by the judicial system, but they have to have that opportunity for you to be able to get it cured without having to go through any large expense to get it removed from your record. Once your case have been dismissed and you're tried and you come up with a not guilty verdict. So I rise in support of this bill. I also rise in support of the 2 social worker bills. I signed on those, 36-0050 and 36-0051.
1 minute.
Because I understand the complexities we are facing in our community now. We have a lot of young people whose parents were killed. and they're being raised by their grandmothers, even their aunties, cousin, even in foster home. And because of those complexities and challenges, we're going to need more social workers to deal with their issue. And in fact, we're going to need more people to volunteer to help support them.
30 seconds.
It's that same village mentality. It takes a village to raise a child. So definitely providing opportunities for persons to do the social work that is required to get people back on their feet, being able to have that level of guidance and planning and goal for life is critical. The Education Initiative Fund, I signed on to that. I made an amendment to it in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary so that it can be audited. I just want to talk a few minutes about this thing I call audits. And all of us miss just a half a second.
Minutes, Senator?
Half a minute.
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. You're very gracious. We have to have that level of checks and balances when you're doing your work. And that is what democracy is about. I supported this measure 36-0064 regarding the Education Initiative Fund because we want to get the money to where it's needed in the schools as quickly for the administrators of the school to take action when they need it. And so I rise in support of this, and I'm going to vote in the affirmative on all the measures in this block. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for your leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good afternoon to everyone. I rise in support of most, if not all, of the measures in this block number 3, or final block for today, and of course, Bill number 36-0043. I just want to clarify that, in fact, this bill seeks to provide for penalties for violation of sanitation laws. Where, again, and the bill sponsor have, not that we charge them for trash or anything like that, but rather for when there's a violation of the laws, that in fact that there'll be a penalty phase, and there's a sliding scale that allows for them to do first, second, and third offense, and of course the fees and fines get higher each and every time. In Bill number 36-0050, as well as Bill number 36-0051. It's a companion bill, and it's legislation that seeks to regulate and improve on the profession of social work and social workers. As at the May 27 meeting with the Committee of Health, Hospital, and Human Services, we heard testimony from the DLCA, Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Human Services, and the Social Work Board on the shortcomings of our existing statute that has been around on the books since 1983 and does not really meet the demands of our industry. We know that based on the Bureau of Statistical Labor Statistics, that social work positions are expected to grow by as much as 7% between 2023 and 2033. Social workers fill the critical needs across our community. They are expected to be culturally competent, support emotional and behavioral and mental health, ensure access to public health and social justice, and help clients adjust to changes and challenges in their lives.
1 minute.
And I ask for my colleagues' support on that. The other measures before us, certainly the expungement is something that I truly support as well in my various capacity within the Virgin Islands Police Department as well as the Senate. I have had the awesome opportunity to be able to support individuals that may have had a criminal record and now seeks to really improve upon that by writing recommendations for them to be able to get business license or be able to get employment. Having that record on the docket continue to provide problems for them, so I support the automatic expungement in instances where they had been acquitted and such charges. And of course, I also support the measure that has been offered by my colleague, the school principal, in regards to, again, reforming and allowing for the Education Incentive Fund and for principals to be able to, again, disperse those funds and have them available in instances where they may not be able to expire all of the funds,
Time.
spend all of the funds at any given time that, in fact, that they'll be rolled over so that they can have access to that in the new school year. So all of the measures that's before this committee in block number 3, I intend to support, Mr. President. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support all the measures in this block, in block number 3. Bill number 360043, increase the fines, is not an issue. If you don't want to pay increased fines, don't violate the law. We must take pride in the island that we live in, the islands that we live in. Bill number 360050 and 360051 it updates the boards of its social worker licensure with issues with mental health and emotional crisis. We need to encourage our young Virgin Islanders in this. We need to encourage them in this field because to build a strong support foundation for all. Bill number 360057, an arrest without a conviction should not follow an individual for the rest of their lives. Some don't have a filing fee to have their records clear. So we are a nation of second chances, and an individual who did not get a first chance should be able to get his second chance. And Bill number 360064, this measures allow the principal more authority over their schools and needs of their students. We must do all we can do to improve the students' achievements. And this measure based on testimonies will assist in this process. At the appropriate time, I'll be supporting all of the measures. And I want again to thank my colleagues today for the unity that we showed. And the unity showed love, because love is an action word. And we all standing to make sure that we support the override to raise the floor amount in the government at $35,000. And again, standing strong, because if you take the number of $3,080, that will give us the equivalent, adding the $3,080 to the $51,000, that would be a double amount of $27,040.
30
That's
seconds.
the increase that we were looking for. And at this point, I support, not even for myself, any increase that's above the minimum amount of money we're paying to government employees. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Senator Marie C. James, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of the bills in this block. The penalties for violation of sanitation laws, it's very important to point out that it provides for due process. So you're not just going to be penalized. There's a section that deals with due process where you have a hearing examiner and you're able to defend. But it's very important that the Department of Health be able to impose penalties, and so by increasing these penalties, it will serve as a deterrence. With social work and social workers, it's very important that we have boards that oversee the work, the licensure of people who are really helping the vulnerable in our community, but we also need to make sure that they also realize that their conduct is under the control of a board. With the expungement of the arrest records and complaints, I've done it as an attorney in private practice, and even when I was in the Virgin Islands National Guard, the arrest record prevented some people from being to move forward, upward mobility. So it's very important that they be able to expunge their records. And this is some people may not see it as meaningful, but it actually has a great impact on the lives of people who want to move forward in life. The bill that deals with the disbursement of funds to the principals, I mean, this particular bill is so important because it has untied the hands of the principals in our system and gives them the money to spend towards, as the bill says, maximize student success. So this was something that was needed for a long time.
1 minute.
And I'm happy to see it move forward and that we're going to be passing it today. I just want to say, though, with respect to raising the minimum salary, I can't leave without saying this. Raising the minimum salary for government workers from $27,000 to $35,000 is a bold and commendable step towards alleviating wage stagnation and recognizing the dignity of labor.
30 seconds.
But in a small, struggling economy like ours, every policy choice has ripple effects. A small business owner simply cannot afford to pay $35,000 for entry-level positions. And I was happy to hear my colleague, my military colleague, say that we need to look at the private sector because they will be competing against a government that guarantees higher wages, better health care, and secure retirement plans, funded by the very taxes these small businesses and their employees pay. So we cannot risk building an economy that leans too heavily on public employment and not enough on private ingenuity. Raising wages for government workers should be matched by policies passed by this very legislature.
Time.
May I continue, sir?
Yes, you may, Senator.
We must invest in policies that lift the private sector alongside government workers. Tax relief for small businesses, workforce development programs, and incentives for employers who provide benefits, health care, and retirement should be the part of our conversation. We must remind ourselves that government exists to serve all the people, not just its own. And so in the end, equity must be our compass. We must work towards a society where both sectors, public and private, are valued, supported, and held to high standards. So let's close the gap, not widen it. And let us never forget that fairness is not just good policy, it's the foundation of a just society. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise in support of all of these 5 bills in block number 3. 2 of them have been vetted in the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services regarding the social work, social workers, and also the Virgin Islands Board of Social Work licensure. Increasing the penalties for violation of sanitation laws, that's a check. And also to require the automatic expungement of the records for those accused when they're acquitted. You know, Mr. President, later on in the session today, they're going to come with a lot of amendments in the non-germane bill. You know, I cannot support the salary increases for the executive branch because look what happened in here. You know, I had to withdraw my bill number 360025 to provide, the ask was just $75,000 to provide human services, the funding to purchase monitoring bracelets for the stroke survivors and other elderly senior citizens, our vulnerable residents who in 1 minute can die. You're going to see some amendments coming where they get a call from government house, they gain them millions of dollars. I ain't in that list. Somehow with this administration, I don't get a call to get a fund. I'm just trying for $90,000 to help the stroke survivors. You know, since last year, I've been trying to get $500,000 to fund the Vidco Diabetes Clinic. They got over 12,000 residents in the community have diabetes or pre-diabetes, but I can't get 500,000. But a call will come down here. This is money, and they're telling them where their account is. I can't get. Somehow, the administration is not supporting me. I asked for the state of emergency for the hospitals. No, couldn't get that. But at the same time, they took $9 million from the general fund for WAPA, $6 million for the general fund from ARPA to WAPA, $17 million from the budget stabilization fund for WAPA, total of $32 million. But I can't get $90,000 to get a monitoring necklace for the stroke survivors, people who have already had a stroke and right now they can die immediately. I ain't on that call list, so I don't know what I gonna take to get me on the call list, so I can't support salary increases for those things while the operating room lacks supplies for surgeries. Our pharmacy don't have proper medication.
Time.
The blood pressure, Mr. Chair, can I just wrap up, Mr. President? Thank you.
Yes, you may.
And there's critical equipment that remains unrepaired in the hospitals. So I don't know what it is that I have to do, but I'm going to support the bills because they have some good in it, and I have to continue to try to find the money, Hopefully, it don't take until the next administration. I think I'm going to know some people in the next administration. Maybe I'll get on the call. But right now, Senator Fonseca ain't on the call list. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time. Well,
thank you very much, Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I write in support of all of the bills in this block. In respect to bill number 36.0050 and bill number 36-0051, the both speak to the Board of Social Work Licensure and the regulation the regulation of the profession of social work and social workers. In respect to bill number 36.0057 that deals with automatic expungement, that deals with basically second chances for individuals who had an issue and did what they had to do, and we need to give them a second chance in life. I know last term we funded a non-for-profit organization, VI Justice Initiative, that actually helped a lot of individuals with expungement, and they have been doing an excellent job, and the amount of people that came forward to get assistance with that organization was commendable. But I want to spend the rest of my time speaking to my amendment, which is 36-403 to bill number 36.0064. I think it was important for me to speak on that because my amendment, which proposes to increase the retirement contribution of the governor and lieutenant governor from its current 9% to 15%. This is in line with the contribution of other elected and appointed officials. The retirement contribution for the governor and lieutenant governors is just 9% compared to 11.5% for Tier 2 employees. 15% for lieutenant governor has remained at 9% for the last 35 years. 35 years we're speaking of, since the enactment of Act number 5666 in 1990. It is instructive to examine the contributions and pension benefits of government employees and compare them to those of the governor and lieutenant governor. I'm going to give you an example. A government employee who enters the government at, say, age 30, say in 2005, and worked for 10 years at $35,000, 10 years for $50,000,
30 seconds.
and 10 years for $65,000 will pay a total of $172,000. If the employee contribution by the time they reach, say, age 60 in return, assuming that that employee lives for 25 years after retirement, they will collect an annual pension of $48,750 a year for a total of $1.2 million. Okay, now let's go to the governor and lieutenant governor. In contrast, who is elected in his or her, say, late 40s, will pay over the course of 2 terms at the present legal salary of $150,000 a year.
Time.
A total of $108,000 in retirement contributions. If they live to, say, 25 years after retirement, they will collect an annual pension of $120,000 a year for a total of $3 million. It should be noted that under the current law, a governor recoups every dime of his or her retirement within the first 11 months. Come on, man, give me a little respect, guys, please. I usually don't go over my time. Mr. Chair, can I finish, please?
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you. Let me repeat again. Let me repeat. It should be noted that under the current law, a governor recoups every dime of his retirement within the first 11 months. 11 months after he retires, or she. Okay, and we have not calculated the additional amount that may be paid to a spouse after the death of the governor, as it depends on too many unknowns. While the employee's pension are paid from the vested funds and earning of the employee and employer contributions, the governor and lieutenant governor pension is paid overwhelmingly from the revenue of the Virgin Islands, and thus directly from taxpayers' dollars. The total amount deposited per year into the governor's and lieutenant governor's retirement fund from retirement contribution is $24,750, in contrast to $503,000 from the government coffers, which is our taxpaying dollars. So I just want to put it on the record. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for your leniency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Kurt Violet, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, we were all elected to serve the people of the Virgin Islands. And we go back to those individuals every 2 years and ask them to support us. And they support us with the philosophy that we're going to work on their behalf. And I'm really just literally in shock that just a year and a half ago, commissioners were given raise of anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000. There was no financial impact study done. There was no economic analysis. And the FY24 budget had a deficit of $100 million. But the raises were maintained, and it was okay. It was okay. But when this body decide that they're going to override a bill to give the lowest paid employees in this government a raise from 27, some making 28, 29, 30, to 35,000, it's a national emergency. Fiscally irresponsible. It's going to cause the government to collapse. So you're making this statement about employees going to $35,000 that they cannot get it because it is irresponsible at this body. And on the other hand, you're making an argument or crafting an argument for a $51,000 raise. How is that possible? I've just been trying all day to understand. How can you feel comfortable making an argument to receive $51,000 in a raise to $201,000, and at the same time craft an argument as to why somebody making $27,000 can't go to 35? So we're supposed to be irresponsible in this body. And when we make the responsible decision, the inmates are running the asylum. Who does that? Who really does that and then say that both branches must have respect, must cooperate, must get along? There's nobody from this body saying any of those type of statements. But because a bill is overridden, less than 2 hours after the bill is overridden, there's a press release. What upsets you so much?
30 seconds.